a full-fledged independent inquiry into all the circumstances surrounding same.
Mr. Speaker, sir, before replying to the PNQ, with your permission, I wish to convey my sincere condolences to the bereaved family of the 10 dialysis patients and others who have passed away during the month of March and April 2021. Chaque mort est une de trop. I make an appeal to all members of the House to show and to pay due respect to the deceased and their families. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to express my gratitude to all our frontliners who are working relentlessly during the COVID-19 resurgence period for the prompt and efficient management of COVID-19, thus allowing the country to curb the curve of the pandemic. Let me start at the very outset to give a broad picture of dialysis services in the public health sector. Presently, there are 1,579 patients undergoing dialysis treatment, with 1,285 patients in the government hospitals and 294 patients in the private clinics, with which my ministry has a service agreement. Transport facilities to and from the dialysis centers are free of charge to all dialysis patients. Dialysis patients undergo free dialysis sessions weekly as per medical prescription. Each dialysis session lasts for 3 to 4 hours. Dialysis facilities are provided free of user cost to all patients requiring the treatment. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me now come to the specific case of dialysis patient in New Suivez Hospital Dialysis Center, and to inform the House that I do not intend to order any inquiry for reasons which I will now elaborate. Mr. Speaker, sir, the dialysis unit at the New Suivez Hospital is in operation since 2012 and is equipped with 16 dialysis machines where around 90 patients undergo their dialysis treatment. The staffing as at March 2021 comprised 1 nephrologist, 1 anesthesiologist, 3 medical health officers, that is 2 at the Suivez Hospital and 1 at Tamasa Hotel, 2 anesthetic nurses, 2 ICU nurses, 1 charge nurse, 4 dialysis nurses, 7 nursing officers, 3 healthcare assistants, and 3 attendants. I wish to point out that all the above personnel are specialists in their respective field and undergo regular training through continuous medical education and are fully committed to their duties, especially in those difficult and special circumstances where they have had to leave their respective families for weeks to cater for the needs of the dialysis patients. The staff I have referred to work as a team for the betterment of the dialysis patients and devote their whole time to these patients in accordance with evidence-based international guidelines. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the outbreak of COVID-19 at the dialysis unit at the New Suivez Hospital, a total of 87 patients were undergoing dialysis at this unit, and 3 patients were admitted at Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital for other medical problems. On Friday, 26 March 2021, it was reported that the PCR test done on the eve of 1 female nursing officer posted at the dialysis unit at the Suivez Hospital was positive. The public health measures, as per the established protocol, were enforced. Concurrently, appropriate measures were taken to ensure the continuity of medical care and treatment of all our patients. On the same day, as soon as the above report was received, all staff members working in the dialysis unit were isolated and had their PCR test done. Following the screening, 7 staff members were found to be positive for COVID-19, namely 2 doctors, 1 charge nurse, 3 nursing officers, and 1 attendant. The above staff who were positive were admitted at ENT hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, on that day, that is on 26 March, dialysis patients were therefore not conveyed in our transport from their residence to the dialysis unit for their treatment. However, 6 patients came to the New Suyak Hospital by their own means. PCR tests were done for those 6 patients, out of whom 3 were COVID positive, and they were admitted at ENT hospital on 26 March for treatment, and the remaining 3 who were COVID negative were quarantined at Tamasa Hotel. All other dialysis patients undergoing treatment at New Suyak Hospital were also quarantined in Tamasa Hotel. Patients in quarantine at Tamasa Hotel who requested for their relatives to stay with them as companions were given the permission to do so, provided they accepted to sign an undertaking form. There were 14 relatives who stayed with their respective patients. It is to be noted that the cost of the room for single patient is 32,000 rupees for 14 days of quarantine, and cost of the room for room shared with relative is 54,000 for the 14 days of quarantine. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that Mauritius is one of the rare countries which isolates all COVID patients. In most countries in Europe and in America, there have been numerous outbreaks of COVID-19 in dialysis units. There has been no attempt to isolate these patients in quarantine centers. Patients are self-isolated at home and travel to and from the dialysis center by organized transport. Hence, there is a high risk of further spread of infection to the rest of the community in these countries. In Mauritius, in order to protect the community, the protocol is to quarantine all contacts of COVID-19 cases and to isolate all COVID-19 cases in a treatment center. This applies to dialysis patients also. All standards regarding dialysis treatment have been adopted and maintained. All dialysis patients continue hemodialysis at the same original center so as to minimize the risk of contamination to other centers. Mr. Speaker, sir, the whole of the New Suyak Hospital, including the dialysis unit, was closed in order to allow for complete disinfection to be carried out over 24 hours, as from Saturday 27th to Sunday 28th March, and all dialysis treatment were rescheduled accordingly. Concurrently, all other dialysis patients of New Suyak Hospital were screened, and 12 were found COVID positive on 28 March, making a total of 15 patients, COVID patients, positive. All positive patients who were admitted at ENT hospital were sent back to the isolation ward at Suyak Hospital for treatment and to continue their dialysis sessions at the above hospital as from March 28 in the afternoon. From 26 March, that is the day 0, to 9th April, that is day 14, which corresponds to the incubation period, as from the first detected case of COVID-19, 39 COVID-positive patients were admitted at New Suyak Hospital. 1 additional patient was tested.
The Speaker, last week, Honourable Minister gave all this information last session. The question is specific about a much-needed independent inquiry. There are people dying at the moment, as we speak, or critically ill. I would expect the Minister to have some respect for these people and to address the question, not give us information that is already given last session, Mr. Speaker. Time is running out.
Let's hear the Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this question is addressed to all those patients. We have to give this information. At no point in time last week, I've given the detail. I'm answering a PNQ. The public should be made aware of all the facilities, all the treatment that have been provided to all these patients. I will continue, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Given
Unfortunately,
the nature of this
out
question,
of
the very solemn nature of this question, that you will give additional time.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll continue. Unfortunately, of those COVID-positive dialysis patients, 3 passed away, 1 passed away on 9th of April, 2 passed away on 11th of April due to COVID. 4 COVID-positive dialysis patients passed away on 29th, 31st March, 29th March, 31st March, 5th April, and 11th April, and were declared dead with other comorbidities as cause of death, that is ischemic heart disease, chronic renal failure, cardiac arrhythmia, chronic renal failure as primary cause of death, respectively. Another patient passed away last night, that is on 19th April, at New York Hospital with cerebrovascular accident as the cause of death. Mr. Speaker, sir, 2 negative COVID patients who were in quarantine in Tamasa Hotel passed away. 1 patient passed away on 29th March due to chronic renal failure, and the other one passed away on 7th April due to cardiac complications. On 4th April, 2 dialysis patients at Tamasa Hotel were confirmed COVID positive and were admitted at Suivez Hospital, followed by 2 more dialysis patients on 9th and 1 more on 11th April, who were also confirmed COVID patients. As of date, there are 31 COVID-positive patients at New York Hospital. All the COVID-negative dialysis patients have been discharged from Tamasa Hotel, and 10 dialysis patients have passed away, out of whom 2 were COVID-negative. 3 patients passed away due to COVID, and 5 COVID-positive patients passed away due to other comorbidities. Mr. Speaker, sir, as regard to the medical coverage, the 3 doctors were posted at the quarantine center to look after all patients in quarantine at Tamasa Hotel. 1 doctor accompanied the patient for their dialysis sessions at New York Hospital on a daily basis.
It is all given last week. I can tell you 1 nephrologist, 2 other doctors, they accompanied the persons to and from. All this was given last week, last session, Mr. Speaker.
That you know, I have no
Mr.
control.
Speaker, sir, I'm answering to this question. And all the information I'm giving is related to this PNQ. I'm not going out of subject. 4 more doctors, including 1 nephrologist, 1 anesthesiologist, and 2 medical health officers were posted at New York Hospital to look after patients who were PCR positive and who also required dialysis treatment. In addition, 6 experienced dialysis nursing officers who were called from other dialysis units of different hospitals were posted at Tamasa Hotel Quarantine Center to look after the dialysis patient and also to provide their dialysis treatment sessions at Suivez Hospital. 6 more nursing officers were posted at the New York Hospital to look after the patients who were COVID positive and also to provide their dialysis sessions at later hours. During the late hours session, 2 additional dialysis nurses were posted to look specifically after the COVID-positive patients. Arrangements were made for all patients to have their dialysis sessions at Suivez Hospital. Moreover, 2 imaging technologists and 11 hospital attendants were posted thereat to provide support services. It is to be noted that these staff members had to stay on a roster at the hospital during a period of 1 week, after which another team took over. All patients tested positive negative and undergo earlier dialysis treatment scheduled between 7 hours to 20 hours, and those patients who are positive for COVID are having their treatment at later hours, that is after 21 hours. The staff were fully equipped with personal protective equipment, which were renewed after each dialysis session. Mr. Speaker, as regard to the diet for the patient in quarantine center, it was reported by some patients that on the first day of quarantine, they did not have an appropriate diet according to the medical condition. Arrangements were made for 1 dietitian of my ministry to advise daily on the diet for the renal patients so as to cater the patients at Tamasa Hotel. All protocols for cleaning and disinfection of the whole units, as well as the dialysis equipment, were done in between each dialysis session with appropriate and recommended disinfectant to prevent the spread of the virus. All consumables used for each dialysis session for each patient were disposable once for single use and only for one-time use. Mr. Speaker, sir, cleaning and disinfection of dialysis units and equipment are done in accordance to strict protocol, which includes the following: cleaning the floor with a sodium hypochlorite solution. The dialysis machine are equipped with auto disinfection program, which is mandatory and is done after each dialysis treatment with sterilizing solution. Hot auto disinfection is also done on daily basis using recommended sterilizing solution. Surface cleaning of the dialysis machine and other equipment is done by usual special solution. Fumigation of the room is being done daily at night after all sessions are completed. Furthermore, all staff and patients are always instructed to abide to all sanitary precautions. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will now come to the transport arrangement made for the conveyance of dialysis patients, stressing on the fact that Mauritius is one of the very rare countries providing such dialysis facilities to its dialysis patients from their residence to the dialysis centers and back. From 28th March 2021 to 11th April, 2 15-seater vans and 1 ambulance were posted at New Suivez Hospital for the conveyance of dialysis patients. For each session, 13 patients could undergo dialysis treatment. Each 15-seater van was conveying 6 patients at a time, so as to cater for physical distancing during the trip from Tamasa Hotel to Suivez Hospital and back. The dedicated vehicles conveying staff and patients from Tamasa Hotel to New Suivez Hospital and back were equipped with a transparent plastic screen to separate the drivers from the passengers. For the period 12th April to 17th April 2021, the number of transport for dialysis patients was increased to 4, with 1 additional 15-seater van. Mr. Speaker, sir, our doctors are keeping themselves abreast of the evolution and scientific evidence since the beginning of the pandemic, in line with good medical practice. The nephrologists are kept updated on the scientific developments in the field of nephrology in relation to COVID-19. Specific treatment protocols have been elaborated for the care and management of dialysis patients well before the resurgence of COVID-19. Literature reviews show that the prognosis of dialysis patients infected with COVID-19 is unfortunately very poor. Depending on various studies, the mortality rate is 20 to 35%. For instance, a large multicentric study published by Journal of American Medical Association based on 65 dialysis centers show a mortality rate of 34.5%. In Australia, where a stringent quarantine protocol applies, there have been 7 fatalities out of 13 dialysis patients infected with COVID-19. Similarly, in the UK, out of 6,488 COVID-positive dialysis patients, 1,338 have passed away. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would have preferred not to draw such comparisons, but we know the schemes of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, sir, having said so, these figures refer to human beings, and behind every statistics, there is a person and a life that matters. The fight goes on, and our aim remains to save every single life. Hence, Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not intend to carry out any inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the start, I would like to offer my sincere condolences to all the deaths and the people who have suffered, people who died, recognize the efforts of the staff, but I will also say, Mr. Speaker, I consider it my moral duty that light be shed on the deaths of these 10 persons and the people who are critically ill at this moment. I will start, Mr. Speaker, by tabling a copy of a report published in The Lancet, which shows that Mauritius is the worst country in the world, with the highest death rate for kidney disease in the whole world. I will table that, Mr. Speaker, as to show that there should be no room for self-satisfaction. I will ask the first question, Mr. Speaker, concerning vaccines. 424,000 vaccines had been received by the time of the outbreak in New Suivez Hospital. Yet not one single person at that hospital for the dialysis had been vaccinated. And I will refer, Mr. Speaker, to what he said in his PNQ, that the Minister said in his PNQ of 23rd March, the vaccination programs for senior citizens and patients with comorbidities was put on hold, was stopped, and the vaccination program was targeted to persons with work access permits. Therefore, I ask Mr. Speaker, who and why were instructions given to stop vaccinating these highly fragile persons? Why, against, Mr. Speaker, WHO guidelines of 13th November 2020? Who and why were these instructions given, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll first come up with the first information that the leader of opposition has said, that he has shown a document from Lancet. Mr. Speaker, sir, in our country, all patients who had a kidney problem is given the possibility, the chance of having dialysis at all costs. In other countries, it's a selected group of people that is given the chance to do dialysis. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me explain. In other countries, those patients who will get a donation, a renal donation, they will be given the chance to do dialysis. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, concerning the vaccination program. Yes, the ministry, the government has decided to give vaccination for comorbidities as a priority. But at the same time, we had the confinement. During the confinement, what is our advice? Our advice is to protect people, to protect those people who are vulnerable. They should not be allowed to move out. This is the protection we have given. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the vaccination, the ministry has already in the beginning offered the chance for all cardiac patients and dialysis patients to get vaccination. But the vaccination program is a voluntary one. It's a voluntary program. We can't force people to get the vaccination. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, thirdly, a vaccine doesn't act immediately. It takes 4 weeks to develop the antibodies. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I also wish to highlight the House that 63% of our patients have been vaccinated. Acceptance was low in the beginning, and even some refused to do the vaccination.
Mr. Speaker, no serious effort was made by the ministry to vaccinate, hence zero vaccination at New Suivez Hospital. He stopped it and started again in confinement because he knew it was a disastrous policy to stop. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask now about healthcare workers. Dr. Musango, bless him, of WHO, said in October 2020, the infection rate amongst health workers is very high. You have to be careful in case of resurgence of COVID. Why was there no routine PCR test done with any of the health workers working at the hospitals in Mauritius, especially the New Suivez Hospital? And this lady, Mrs. Sanasi, she went of her own volition, not feeling well, to get a test. This was not a routine or even a procedure by the Ministry of Health. Why were you negligent in that way?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll first come up for Suivez Hospital. At a time when you have personnel have been infected, they all have to move in quarantine as our established protocol. And in quarantine, we can't do vaccination. Similarly for the patients, all patients, whether they are tested positive, they are in treatment centers, or they are not tested positive, they are in quarantine. So they have those who are in quarantine or suspect cases. We can't do vaccination at this point. This is the expert advice. At the same time, when Dr. Musango said the infection rate from that time in October was very high, no recommendation was given that the PCR test should have been done routinely on the staff of the hospital. The leader of opposition is getting it very wrong. Mr. Speaker, sir, the first and the most precaution that should be taken is wearing the mask. Wearing the mask is the most important, and not the PCR test. Even if you do the PCR test at this time, the PCR test will give you an information for the past. But what is more important is how you put in place the barrier measures, how you use the mask, how you do sanitization. This is most important.
No.
Mr.
You
Speaker,
don't have
sir,
the floor. You don't have the floor. As simple as that. Please, quiet. Quiet.
Mr.
Continue,
Speaker, sir,
Minister.
this is a recommendation that all health personnel, even all the public in general, including the honorable leader, they have to use. It's not the test that is the first, the primordial, it is the barrier method.
It's okay now. We've understood your meddling. Mr. Speaker, why then on the 29th of March, he has issued himself, signatories could have issued a circular to all hospitals to ask them to have routine PCR tests. C'est la mort après la tisane, Mr. Speaker. This is the whole point.
Put your question.
And he's trying, Mr. Speaker.
No.
I'm
no
very
debate.
okay.
Put your question. You must
Why
be
is the minister fuddling the issue when he's talking about vaccines? I am talking about vaccination before the pandemic at New Suivez Hospital. That is when he did not vaccine one single person there. I'm asking why. Don't answer me.
Okay, no comment.
Okay.
Why?
Mr. Speaker,
Okay, sorry.
I'll come back with the PCR test. Obviously, when in three of our institutions we have doctors, we have personnel that have been infected, it's important at this time to do routine tests. And again, in the future, it's not only routine tests that have to be done.
This is threatening. I'm just advising. This is threatening. Mind well. Nobody should talk if he doesn't have the floor. This is standing order. I show it to the population, to the chamber and the population.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Mohamed used to poke in between whenever there is a question from the Honorable Leader of Opposition. Mr. Speaker, he should be taken to task because he can't be. He's been doing that for months. We've been watching her. And this is the word.
Order! Order! Order!
I will answer my questions.
Order!
But-
there is only one leader of the opposition.
Honorable
There was
members,
another one, he's not here.
I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister, this is what has shocked independent nephrologists most of all, is that 2 patients died at Tamasa Hotel just after having their dialysis sessions, Mr. Speaker. And this reminds me of what one Mr. Honourable Ivan Kolamvandu said in the paper on 10th April 2021, sir. He said, Jimoun, Papumo or COVID, mais or mauvais dialyse. Here I am asking the Honourable Minister, why has he had an inquiry to see why 2 people, otherwise healthy people, died under his watch
You made your point.
just after the dialysis sessions?
Let him give the reply.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll again come up with the question that was put to me about the dialysis patients, have they been vaccinated? 7 patients from Suivez Hospital went for vaccination before the outbreak on their own because this was what was issued from the ministry, that patients, dialysis patient and cancer patient have to be vaccinated, but vaccination is a voluntary element. And we have to understand that patient has been doing it on voluntary purpose. Now, secondly, about what the leader of opposition has said on the 2 patients who have passed away. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not time for me to give all the details of those patients. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rely on the doctors who have been treating these patients. I rely on the nurses, on the health professionals who have been treating these patients. Before coming to dialysis, most of the patients has a long history of medical illness. And these doctors, these nurses, they know their patients very well. They know who are very critical, who are very vulnerable, and they know what they have been doing for these patients. I'm not going to comment because this is very sensitive issues for those patients. I have all the respect for those patients. We are not going to have a discussion on the mode of how was the death happen, but at the same time, it is very shocking, Mr. Speaker, sir, that people die before, after, and during dialysis, and unfortunately, this has become the debate of the day. This is what I wish to say, but Mr. Speaker, sir, rest assured that the ministry has taken all the information about those patients. We have studied it. The doctors have seen whether the proper treatment were given to those patients who have passed away in the dialysis, in the quarantine centers, and we are all satisfied that those patients, whoever, wherever, in whatever condition they have passed away, we have seen that the doctors, the personnel who have been doing their job, they've done a fantastic job.
The minister has not listened at all to what the people in Tamasa have said. Nevertheless, I will come back to it in the press conference. I would like to ask the minister concerning his statement that he will not have any medical inquiry. Let me ask him whether he is aware that one family has already submitted a complaint for medical negligence during the weekend. Whether he is aware of that, stating the basis for the complaint, whether he's aware of that, and whether he's also going to ignore this family's complaint.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Health receives every month more than 2 to 3 complaints. And these complaints, there is a procedure. The procedure is the Ministry of Health receives the complaint. First is wherever this patient being treated in the regional hospital, there is an internal inquiry. The report are sent to the ministry. The ministry will send this report to an independent inquiry, that is the Medical Negligence Standing Committee, chaired by an independent person with all the 3 doctors who are involved into that. They will do their inquiry. They'll come in a report. The ministry will rely on the recommendation of the report. This is how the Medical Negligence Committee work, and all the alleged negligence or all the complaints are treated in the same way. We have been, and after that, the report will be referred to the Medical Council for another investigation, and if there need be, the Medical Tribunal also will conduct an independent report, an independent inquiry. These are the procedures, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are only following the procedures. All patients who are having a complaint will not come to the minister. We'll follow the procedures. And procedures, whether it is, it should not come to my office, because this is for the proper governance. The complaint should be dealt with the officer responsible. It's not that the minister should interfere into an inquiry. This should be the answer that I wish to give.
Table copy of the letter with the permission of the family, copy of the letter of complaint. And I must say, I'm not surprised that the minister doesn't agree to an inquiry on himself, on his own incompetence. So, Mr. Speaker, I will now come, and this is why I wanted to ask a question to your boss.
Mr. Speaker,
Now,
sir,
Mr. Speaker,
I object
as
to
far
this comment.
as psychological torture is concerned, Mr. Speaker, he gave the impression that from the first day everything was fine. In fact, it took 6 days, up to April 2nd. I think there were some interventions by his colleague for him to realize the dramatic situation at Amasa. Let me say, Mr. Speaker, sir, psychological torture. People were put themselves the first 6 days.
Question about that.
Let me say whether he's aware of it. Is he aware that people were there 6 days without TV? And in fact, not 6 days, the whole time, without TV, without phone line, without internet. And the first 6 days, no possibility of being accompanied by anyone. And they needed the support of their loved ones. And so many people died, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sir, quarantine period is not difficult for one, it's a difficult time for everyone. But we have to safeguard life of others. These are public measures. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me remind Honorable Leader of Opposition that in the beginning, when we first have passengers to be quarantined, at that time, we did not have a single hotel. At that time, we managed by the buildings provided by the Ministry of Social Security. We managed to keep Mauritius safe by using all our means to get it. It's at a later stage that we start having hotels. Mr. Speaker, sir, for quarantine, for me, for himself, is a difficult period to stay 14 days in a room. I understand this. But at the same time, why are we doing this? It's only to save the life of the person who's been quarantined, not to make him infect others, and at the same time protect the families. We are doing everything in terms of accommodation, in terms of facilities being given at the quarantine centers. But Mr. Speaker, sir, with all that we've been doing, we have been to all the quarantine officers, all the staff working in those centers, they've been up to the level because they have been delivering, and that's up to thanks to them that we've been able today to keep people in quarantine, and that has helped us to curb the curve, that have helped us. Today, 1 month back, we have a number of cases in the local community. And these are the procedures that we should highlight, that we should do. We should make people aware of why we've been doing quarantine. I understand it's a huge psychological impact, but we have to go through that. And this is the only way. By doing so, we've been able to curb the curve. We've been able, for the last 1 week, to have hardly 1 or 2 cases in the population.
Mr. Speaker, locking people up by themselves in a room, 24 hours, without TV, without internet, without a telephone line, is doing everything, Mr. Speaker. Not at all. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Honourable Minister about contagion.
Order.
He's doing everything about contagion.
Time is almost over. Put your question. Put your question.
I'm putting my question, Mr. Speaker. This morning, there's an article in the paper to show that the procedure at the new Suivez Hospital, as far as dialysis, is being completely changed, après la mort l'artisan, with separate machines for positive and for negative patients. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that these persons were in perfectly good health. Fathers, mothers, grandmothers, wives, husbands, breadwinners. And they came and they were quarantined or they were put at the hospital and they found their death, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I'd like to ask Honourable Minister, why is it that so long after they caught the virus at the hospital, now only he is realizing that there should be social distancing, that there should be cleaning, perspex, etc. I'm going to table, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to show.
Don't make any
I'm going
debate.
to show
Question.
a
Time
picture,
is over
Mr.
by
Speaker,
almost 10
of the
minutes.
van where there was absolutely no social distancing on the 29th of March. Why is it only now, Mr. Speaker?
Okay.
Speaker, sir, I'll come back with the question of lockdown. We've locked down people in the quarantine centers. Mr. Speaker, sir, these quarantine centers, why do we quarantine? If we have to allow everybody in a quarantine center, there might be more than 300 persons who are quarantined. So we let everybody mix with each other. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me reply.
Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Leader of the opposition.
He is refusing
This
to...
is interrupting.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order.
Why should we have a quarantine if we have to allow everybody to move?
No cross-talking. What is happening here?
And again,
You are doing that. You are throwing the paper. Please. You don't have the floor. Time is over. Prime Minister's question time. Let me first make the announcement. PQ B225 will be replied by the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness. PQ B229 will be replied by the Honorable Minister of Land Transport and Light Rail, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade. PQ B231 will be replied by the Honorable Minister of Financial Services and Good Governance. PQ B242 will be replied by the Honorable Prime Minister, time permitting. So, Prime Minister's question time, Honorable Amiamia.
It's B217.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Acting Commissioner of Prisons that 9 out of 12 penal institutions are equipped with a total number of 1,000.
So what is happening each time a minister or prime minister is replying, there's disturbance in the House, and these people go in the press and say we need decorum, parliamentary democracy. This is here where we have to have parliamentary democracy. On what point of order?
Bobby Abraham called me bouffon. Quite loudly. Did you hear that?
Did you? Wait. 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 Order. Order. If the Honorable Bobby Abraham said that word, please withdraw that word.
No, Mr. Speaker, sir, I didn't say anything.
Mr. Speaker, I have raised...
Order.
I have raised point of order. You have the recording.
Order. Order, please.
You have the recording. Please listen to the recording at lunch and you will know who said it. I was looking at you and I heard it there. Obviously, I cannot look there and hear you.
So,
if you would kindly hear the recording at lunchtime and find out who said it. Please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a very good way of doing
Thank you.
things. Prime Minister.
May I continue? Let me start again, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am informed by the Acting Commissioner of Prisons that 9 out of 12 penal institutions are equipped with a total number of 1,320 closed-circuit television cameras. Of these, 454 are presently defective in the following prisons: Central Prison 1, New Wing Prison 1, Petit Verger Prison 3, Women Prison 84, Eastern High Security Prison 365. The CCTV cameras at the Central Prison, the New Wing Prison, and the Petit Verger Prison are defective due to technical problems which occurred during lockdown of this year and have already been reported to the contractor. However, in order to keep our prisons a COVID-safe area, interventions inside these prisons have been stayed. The CCTV system, which was installed at the women prison as far back as 2013, is outdated, and the maintenance contractor is unable to repair it. Tender was launched for the rental of 110 CCTV cameras last year. The contract has been awarded on 3rd of December 2020 to Mascarein Suppliers Limited for a period of 5 years at a monthly rate of 60,000 rupees, excluding VAT. As at date, 60% of work has been completed, but has had to be stopped due to confinement in the context of COVID-19. Again, to keep the prisons COVID safe, the workers of the company are not being allowed inside the prison compound for the time being. The company has indicated that it will take 2 weeks for the remaining work to be completed. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to the 365 defective cameras at the Eastern High Security Prison, I wish to refer the Honourable Member to the reply I made to Parliamentary Question B452 at our sitting of 4th of August 2020 on this issue. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to point out that the Eastern High Security Prison was, since its construction, in a very bad state, more specifically the CCTV system. Under the construction contract, Prisons Department was bound to sign a maintenance contract for 5 years, that is from January 2016 to December 2020 with the contractor. Although several interventions were effected during the first 2-year defect liability period. The maintenance contract was signed on 10th of February 2016, but by June of the same year, 73 cameras were already not operational, hence undermining the good running of the prison. This shows, Mr. Speaker, sir, the poor quality of work which had been done. Since Prisons Department could not do otherwise, it had to continue to rely on the services of the contractor and the failing CCTV system, which went from bad to worse. By the end of December 2020, some 278 cameras were defective. The system was installed at the initial cost of 29 million rupees for 254 cameras, but due to its inadequacy, the numbers had to be increased to 544, bringing the total cost to 63.1 million rupees. This shows again, Mr. Speaker, sir, the poor planning that was done. The project, which started at a cost of 1,491,686,781 rupees and 53 cents, culminated to 2,134,890,869 rupees 13 cents. Presently, out of the 544 cameras at the Eastern High Security Prison, 365 are defective. The contractor effected a survey from 5th October to 7th of December 2020, following which it restored part of the system and carried out maintenance free of charge. On 4th of March 2021, the contractor submitted a report and a quotation for the sum of 10,655,281 rupees and 80 cents to fully restore the system. However, in view of the non-cost effectiveness of the repairs, it was decided to revamp the whole analog CCTV system and go for the rental of new digital CCTV system. Financial clearance was received on 1st of April 2021 to proceed with the rental of 450 CCTV cameras at the Eastern High Security Prison for the sum of 6 million rupees on a yearly basis. On 16th of April 2021, tender was launched on the e-procurement system for the rental of 450 CCTV surveillance cameras at Eastern High Security Prison with the option to upgrade. The closing date for submission of bids has been scheduled for 17th of May 2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, the use of CCTV cameras, a key element to security, makes a positive contribution to the safety of staff and detainees and reduces the risk of abuse. However, they are not complete without the services of prison officers. Hence, although the CCTV system at the Eastern High Security Prison is not fully operational, security of the prison is not compromised as both general duties and PSS officers are being deployed at strategic points. Regular patrol is carried out both inside and outside the institutions by both vehicular and officers on foot patrols. In addition to armed sentries on the watchtowers, dog handlers with dogs regularly patrol the inner and outer perimeter of the prison compound. Two-way radios are also used by officers to communicate, and they remain in contact with the Central Control Room Center. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, I am informed by the Acting Commissioner of Prisons that the Prisons Department complies with the provisions of Section 21 of the Data Protection Act relevant to the retention period of the data. The video footages are archived for a duration of 60 days. The system thereafter automatically overrides the old ones to make room for new footage. However, if the footage had to be reviewed to investigate specific incidents, then any extracted footage could be retained for the purpose of that investigation and also to be used as evidence where required until investigation is concluded.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's a real concern that 67% of the camera in a high security prison is not working. And this issue has been criticized by the Director of Audit down the years, even in his last report. But is the Honorable Prime Minister aware for images from operational cameras, that is a rest that is working, images from operational cameras were not recorded and not stored on an acceptable period? This defeats the whole purpose of having cameras if it's not recorded. And I said, this was mentioned in the Director of Audit report, has this issue of working cameras not being able to record has been dealt with since the report has been issued.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is not only that some of those cameras were not working, and since from day one, there are some DVRs also who are not working properly. And it is obvious that if they are not working, they would not be able to record footages. But as I have said, these have to be now, we are reviewing this situation. We have been trying to review in the past, and we are reviewing, and therefore there is a tender, and we are launching this tender for rental of new cameras.
If I understand from the Honourable Prime Minister, the whole previous system which has not been working, which have been so many problems down the years, this is being revamped completely, and there will be a new system that will be in place at Melrose Prison.
Yes, in my answer, I said that on the 16th of April 2021, a tender was launched on the e-procurement system for the rental of 450 CCTV surveillance cameras with option to upgrade. I think the closing date for the submission of the bids has been scheduled for 17th of May. So we'll see.
Speaker, in its report, the Director did mention that a government asset register was introduced in 2017 to keep track of assets from acquisition to disposal. And 25 million rupees have been dispersed the last 3 years. And as at now, nothing has been done according to the Director of Audit report. That is, there is no government asset register. So can I ask the Honorable Prime Minister if he is aware of this issue and what has been done?
Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, this question relates to CCTV surveillance cameras in the prison. If the Honorable Member will come with a specific question with regard to this, obviously, I will provide the information.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that 9 out of 12 of our penal institutions are equipped with CCTV camera. Will you please inform the House if there is any plan to mention the other 3 with CCTV camera?
Well, I must find out, obviously. We have the Correctional Youth Center. Again, with regard to this institution, a tender was launched for the rental of 42 CCTV surveillance cameras on the 9th of April 2021. The closing date for the submission of the bid has been scheduled for 5th of May 2021. I understand that provision also have been made for the financial year 2022-2023 for installation of CCTV surveillance system at the special prison for women and for Rodrigue prison. And on 28th of October 2020, Brinks Mauritius Limited was awarded a contract to install 19 additional cameras on a rental basis at the Phoenix prison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, apart from the staff manning the control room, may I know from the Honourable Prime Minister who else can have access to the control room?
Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, given this critical role that the control center, in fact, plays in the daily operations, access to the control room is obviously restricted only to authorized personnel. And I am informed that even these control rooms are also under CCTV surveillance to monitor the movement of the prison security staff that are working therein. And therefore, obviously authorized personnel are those who have been designated to work and to man this system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can we know from the Prime Minister how many officers do work in the control room?
Well, there are officers of the Prison Security Service who obviously have to be conversant. They are being given a special training to man the CCTV surveillance system, and those are the ones who are posted. They work on a roster basis, and at any one time, I am informed that there are at least 2 officers who are on duty and present in the main control room. The staff posted are responsible, obviously, to supervise the daily operations of the prison. And I must also point out that the system is operational on a 24-hour basis, such that the responsibility of managing and monitoring night operations reside entirely with the control room. I am also informed that These control rooms are normally manned by a team of at least 10 dedicated officers in the grade of prison officer and lead prison officer. So, as I said earlier, these officers work round the clock, and there are at least 2 officers each time.
Can I ask the Honorable Prime Minister whether body cameras to prison officers are being considered, considering that sometimes there are sudden breakdown of the surveillance system and no proofs of what has been reported so many times about brutality in prisons?
I didn't get the question, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Cameras to prison officers are to be considered to avoid sometimes the sudden disappearance of and breakdown of specific cameras in prisons. Body-worn cameras.
Oh, body-worn
Body-worn cameras by prison officers.
Well, this is a suggestion which obviously will be considered.
Honorable David.
B218.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Cargo Handling Corporation Limited is a state-owned enterprise solely responsible for handling general and containerized cargoes. Handling of containers in the harbor involves a number of operations, and different types of specialized equipment are used for each operation. For instance, for the core operation of loading and unloading of containers onto and from vessels to the quay, ship-to-shore cranes are used, tractors and trailers are used for conveying containers from the quay to the container park, and vice versa. Rubber tire gantry cranes are mobile gantry cranes used in yard operations to stack or load containers onto trucks for delivery. A reach stacker, which supplements the rubber tire gantry cranes operations, is an equipment used for quick transportation of containers on a very short distance for stacking in the container park. As regards Part A of the question, I am informed by the Managing Director of Cargo Handling Corporation Limited that the company owns 11 reach stackers, out of which 5 are 21 years old, 4 are 13 years old, and 2 are 5 years old. 3 of the reach stackers, which are 13 years old or more, are beyond economical repairs and would need to be disposed of. From the remaining fleet of 8 reach stackers, there are presently 5 which are grounded for repairs since September 2019, September 2020, October 2020, November 2020, and January 2021, respectively, and are awaiting provision of spare parts which are not readily available on the market. In fact, their spare parts are procured with much difficulty from overseas. One reach stacker is expected to be repaired by end of April 2021, and the remaining 4 by end of June 2021. I am also informed that the Cargo Handling Corporation Limited has already launched tenders for the purchase of 3 additional reach stackers. Mr. Speaker, sir, as regards Part B of the question, I am informed that Cargo Handling Corporation Limited has not borrowed any reach stacker recently to ensure a minimum continuity of its activities. The 3 reach stackers currently in operation are responding to the needs of the organization, although from time to time they may sustain temporary breakdowns which are attended to by the in-house workshop. I am also informed that while waiting for the availability of spare parts for repairs, the Cargo Handling Corporation Limited conducted a market survey on 19th of November 2020 through a restricted bidding exercise for renting of reach stackers from a selected list of users of the equipment around the port area. The purpose of the survey was to be aware of availability of reach stackers in case of absolute necessity. As at closing date of 20th November 2020, only one response was received. So far, the Cargo Handling Corporation Limited has not felt the need to have recourse to renting of reach stackers to ensure a minimum service continuity of the corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I understand that out of 8 reach stackers, 3 are operating and compensating the work of non-operational ones. May I know from the Honorable Prime Minister whether the average delay in the release of containers and goods has been quantified as a consequence of this lack of handling equipment?
No, I am informed that it is not because there are only 3 stackers that there is delay. There can be delay because for other factors, but not because of these lack of stackers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House when the tender was launched for the free stackers?
I think I did say in my answer. So the tender was launched on the 15th of April and the closing date for submission of the bids is 15th of May, 2021.
Let me give the question to Honorable Danu first and then to you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. In his answer, the Prime Minister has mentioned about the tender and everything. Is there any equipment replacement plan based on the future projection of business level at the Cargo Handling Limited?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. I understand that management of cargo handling has already worked on a business plan 2021-2024, highlighting all the major investments that Cargo Handling Corporation Limited needs to embark into for that period to lead the way to nurture the transshipment business through obviously improved service. The business plan 2021-2024 is geared towards the planned investment in state-of-art yard equipment, as well as focuses, amongst others, on the other major focal points, which will help sustain a level of service deemed of a modern port.
Thank you. Honourable Prime Minister, how can the Cargo Handling Corporation achieve the objective to position our port as a regional hub in preparation for the Paramax era, when in 2015 we had 9 operating stackers with much less traffic compared to only 3 in 2021?
Well, as I say in my answer, the stackers are there to supplement the handling of containers. There is the RTGs, which are in fact handling the containers from the container terminal park to be loaded to lorries and trailers for these containers to be delivered to wherever, I mean, whichever company has to take delivery. So, as I say, these stackers, they are not as if the machines that are doing only handling of containers. There are the RTGs, but obviously I am informed that the free, for the time being, are doing the minimum service that is required. The others, as I have stated in my answer, are going to be repaired. Probably by June, we should have more stackers in operation. And there is already a tender which is launched for acquiring 3 more stackers.
Thank you. Can I find out from the Honorable Prime Minister, regarding the maintenance of the stackers, can you confirm whether Cargo Handling has an in-house maintenance team, whether they're fully operational or it's just closed down? Because I understand that the Cargo Handling employ a technical manager as well as a maintenance engineer.
Well, I have answered to say that there is an in-house team that normally repairs those equipment that are stackers that breaks down. Now, there are, unfortunately, certain spare parts that are not available due to the old age of some of the stackers. And they have to be ordered, and it takes time. And in fact, searches have to be made to find out where those spare parts are available. That is why it does take some time before they are able to be repaired. And some of them are beyond, I'm told that some of them are beyond repair. So that's why we need to purchase additional stackers.
The table has been advised PQ B221, B222 have been withdrawn. Time over. Question time. I have to announce that the table has been advised that PQ B257 will be replied by the Honorable Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Local Government and Disaster Risk Management. Honorable Lachman Roy.
B233.
Mr. Speaker, the resurgence of the COVID-19 pandemic has once again disrupted our way of living. Being fully aware of the impact that this pandemic has had on our citizens, especially on our youngsters, my ministry has devised a series of online activities for them. These activities are meant to keep them active, focused, and entertained. With your permission, I'm tabling a list thereof.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Would the Honourable Minister inform the House of the online platforms being used for such activities?
We are using all the different digital platforms. For instance, the Facebook page of my ministry, the website. So these are the different platforms that the youngsters can use to participate in the different activities. We will be also having, like, you know, Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurial courses, and this will be on the Zoom facility.
Thank you. Some countries, like Spain, have had to do an assessment on the mental health of the youth in the short term and the long term because of confinement. Is the Minister envisaging to do the same for our youth in Mauritius?
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I think that this does not fall under the mandate of our ministry. However, maybe my ministry can collaborate with the Ministry of Health and come up with such a suggestion.
Next question.
B234.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I am informed by the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit that following a survey carried out in connection with the precarious road conditions along the Bien-Ordin de Saint-Pierre Street, a series of traffic and road safety measures have been implemented thereat as follows. Painting of slow road markings and stop lines, fixing of stop traffic signs, installations of 5 pedestrian crossings together with associated traffic signs and road markings, and provision of 2 raised tables along the Bernardin de Saint-Pierre Street. Sir, I am informed that the TMRSU has worked out a series of measures in order to alleviate traffic congestion at the junction of the Bernardin de Saint-Pierre and the A.R. Mohamed streets along, also commonly known as La Croisée Vallée des Prêtres, which consists of, firstly, a link road to connect the Bernardin de Saint-Pierre Street with the Military Road. 2 options were proposed, firstly to connect to an existing truck road and then finally connecting to the Military Road, and secondly, the setting up of 3 traffic lanes during morning and afternoon peak hours as from the junction Military Road and Mohammed Street up to junction of A.R. Mohammed Street to Cité Laval Street. This measure would increase the traffic volume entering Port Louis towards Gaddafi Square during the morning peak hours and thus would help reduce traffic congestion at junction Bernardin de Saint-Pierre and A.R. Mohammed Streets. However, the second measure proposed was not favorably considered by the police authorities, as it would have required that all on-street parking be banned along the Route de Pamplemousse Street during morning peak. I am also informed that the police had written to the Ministry of National Infrastructure and Community Development about traffic problems along Route de Pamplemousse and had requested to look into the possibility of constructing additional road connections from Vallée des Prêtres towards Route de Pamplemousse due to reasons mentioned below. Vallée des Prêtres has only one access exit road, namely Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. The locality has over the years witnessed an influx of new residents with the setting up of numerous morcellements and concurrently a soaring population as well as an increasing vehicular traffic. Thirdly, according to the police, such state of affairs has worsened the traffic problem along Route de Pamplemousse, which is the only main road connecting to Vallée des Prêtres. And fourthly, in the absence of development in the road network, the situation will become unbearable in the near future with vehicles moving bumper to bumper. According to the RDA, there are no short-term measures as such which can be implemented to relieve traffic congestion at Vallée des Prêtres Junction. It has also informed that the construction of a new road will have to be addressed by way of a full-fledged feasibility study given the site constraints. The RDA has advised that a detailed traffic study be conducted by the TMRSU to identify the most appropriate solutions. The TMRSU is presently looking into the matter. Mr. Speaker, sir, a committee will be set up comprising my ministry, the TMRSU, the RDA, the Minister of Housing and Land Use Planning, and the Municipal City Council of Port Louis to look into the possibility of providing bypasses between Military Road, Route de Pamplemousse, and Bernardin de Saint-Pierre Street. A modeling exercise will then be carried out to assess the viability of any bypasses identified. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to thank the Honourable Minister who has given me a chance to enlighten the House about this issue and also who has raised the question at adjournment time in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honourable Minister mentioned about setting up of a committee. Can he give us a time frame about when the committee will be set up?
This is a burning issue, I realize, Mr. Speaker, sir. The point is that all the traffic measures that had to be taken has been taken by the TMRSU. Now, the point is to set up this committee, including the different stakeholders I just mentioned, the answer is to look into the possibility, the solution is to look into the possibility of providing bypasses between Military Road, Route de Pamplemousse, and Bernardin de Saint-Pierre Street. So I can assure the Honourable Member that the setting up of the committee will be done as soon as possible.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this issue I have raised in the House, I can say, for more than 10 years now. It's a very long outstanding issue, and as the Honourable Minister rightly said, there is no short-term solution. There must be a master plan so that we can address this issue. But in the meantime, can I ask the Honourable Minister if he can see to it that the only way to ease the traffic is to post police officers there in the morning and in the evening. It's the only present solution, if we can say, that can help to alleviate this problem.
I asked the question to my officer, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is a very pertinent question. I was given to understand that this is being done, perhaps not on a regular basis, but I will see to it that this proposal of the honourable member is adhered to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can the Minister state the areas around which the study took place? As my honourable colleague, Honourable Lejonga, chaired numerous meetings with all the stakeholders, as the traffic congestion is a real problem in my constituency. So it takes from Terre Rouge roundabout till Vallée des Prêtres, La Croisée Vallée des Prêtres. So I think there's more like 30 lateral roads, and then it causes a bottleneck effect around the La Croisée Vallée des Prêtres. So my question is, would the Honourable Minister consider to put maybe a traffic light also to alleviate the situation?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the honourable member is right. Vallée des Prêtres is a highly populated area now, and the Vallée des Prêtres junction is congested at peak hours. There are many lateral roads. But I will leave it to the technicians who will form part of this committee to decide upon the modalities of how to proceed with the study with the hope that we will get a solution as quickly as possible.
Yes, B235.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Central Electricity Board that on 17th December 2019, bids were invited for the procurement of 6 high roof containers to be used for training purposes at the Centre de Formation et de Perfectionnement Professionnel of the Central Electricity Board at Terre Rouge. The contract was awarded to Bo Digital Limited for the total amount of 2.3 million rupees, exclusive of VAT. The letter of award was issued to Bo Digital Limited on 15th April 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Central Electricity Board has informed that following a press article on the 23rd of February 2021, which referred to the above-mentioned procurement exercise, the Internal Audit Department of the Central Electricity Board initiated an investigation into the procurement of the containers. The Internal Audit Report, which was submitted to the Central Electricity Board on 30th March 2021, had highlighted some disturbing elements in the procurement process leading to the award of this contract. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have requested that an independent committee be set up to look into the matter and situate responsibilities in case of malpractices and irregularities.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I must say I'm relieved to hear the answer of the Honourable Minister that an inquiry is being initiated at the level of CEB, because in fact, according to my information, the containers were first being bought by Niti Select from Velogic, who fabricate the containers, and Digital, who in turn sell it again to CEB. So my question, I don't know whether the Honourable Minister would have this information, why is it that CEB did not buy the containers directly from Velogic? Why has there been a middle company? Because we all know what happened when there is a middleman, a middlewoman rather in this case. We know exactly what happened.
You already put your question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have taken note of what the Honourable Member has stated. It is for certain reasons that I have requested to the Central Electricity Board to set up an independent inquiry, because based on the internal audit report, we've found out that there were some irregularities. And the independent committee will look into all that.
May we find out from the minister, since when is Budge Digital registered as a supplier to the CEB?
I don't have that information with me, Mr. Speaker, sir, unfortunately.
Thank you. May I know from the Honourable Minister, when has he informed CB of the requirement to set up this committee? When will this committee be set up? And whether the person going to chair that committee has already been designated?
Mr. Speaker, sir, it was last week that I advised the Central Electricity Board to set up the committee, and it will be for the Central Electricity Board to appoint the person who will chair that committee and its members, and it will be for the Central Electricity Board to define the terms of reference of that committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House how many bidders were solicited for the supply of these containers, whether Budge Digital was among the solicited bidders?
No, Budge Digital was not among the solicited bidders.
Last supplementary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I won't dwell further into the detail, but just one information I would like to give the Honourable Minister, because my question is, the answer that the Honourable Minister gave to the House is that one container costs 383,000 rupees. Is he aware that Velogic, and I must correct, does not fabricate the container, imports it at the cost of 50,000 rupees? So it was sold more than 6 times the value of the container. Is the Honourable Minister aware of this issue?
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is for this reason that I've stated in this House, following the question from the Honourable Member, that I have advised CB to set up an independent committee to look into these issues that he has raised.
Honourable Juman.
Given that Budge Digital was not among the bidders, Honourable Minister, so how can Budge Digital get the contract and get paid for?
Mr. Speaker, sir, it will be for the committee to say what happened during this tendering exercise.
Time over. I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours.
B236.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that since 29th March 2020, the ENT hospital has been converted into a treatment center for the treatment of positive COVID-19 patients. The medical equipment installed at the new ENT hospital are as follows: CT scan apparatus, portable X-ray machine, electrosurgical equipment, shaver system cum micro drill, nerve stimulator apparatus, automatic clinical chemistry analyzer, ENT operating microscope, cochlear implant, and the BERA room equipment. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that both the CT scan and the digital portal X-ray machine are being used for diagnostic and therapeutic purposes for the positive COVID-19 patients by the X-ray department at the ENT hospital. These two equipment are of utmost importance in the prognosis of the pulmonary status of positive COVID-19 patients. Mr. Speaker, sir, acute COVID-19 cases essentially manifest themselves through respiratory distress. The WHO and in various international protocols, thoracic scanners are considered as a diagnostic tool whenever a patient's PCR is negative, while his clinical status tends to indicate a probable infection. In addition, thoracic scans can be helpful to assess the initial status of a COVID-19 case with signs of respiratory distress and for the follow-up of a patient. In this case, thoracic scans are made at regular intervals to assess the evolution of the pulmonary status. Such scans are capital in order to adapt to the therapeutic treatment administered to the patient. Likewise, the scanner is helpful in atypical cases. In the event of a brutal and sudden aggravation of a patient's state of health, a thoracic scan can be used to detect pulmonary embolism, pneumothorax, and pulmonary interstitial emphysema. At a date, CT scans were carried out on more than 100 patients, and more than 1,000 X-rays have been carried out on those positive COVID-19 cases. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm further informed that the following medical equipment not currently in use at the ENT hospital have been shifted to Victoria Hospital. The electrosurgical unit, which is a cutting and coagulation tool, the shaver system cum micro drill, which is a rotating device for cutting and aspiration of tissues, the shaver system cum micro drill, a rotating device for cutting and aspiration of tissues, and the nerve stimulator used to stimulate nerves. All these equipment are used for ENT surgery. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am also informed that the automatic clinical chemistry analyzer, which is an apparatus used for blood analysis, and the ENT operating microscope, which is used for microscopic surgery, have not been relocated as they are costly and sensitive equipment, which might get damaged due to relocation. However, the servicing of these two equipment are being done on a regular basis. As regard to the cochlear implant and the BERA room equipment, these would be shifted to Floreal Mediclinic, where a BERA room is already being set up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in the last audit report, mention is made for medical equipment for some 67 million rupees that have been delivered at the new ENT hospital. Medical equipment already installed and commissioned were lying dormant, and warranty period has already lapsed. Is the Honourable Minister aware of this remark of the Director of Audit, and what actions had been taken?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll request the Honourable Member to come up specifically on this subject matter. I'm ready to give all the information.
My question, I think, was very specific. Medical equipment at ENT hospital, and the remark made by the Director of Audit is specific. Medical equipment at ENT hospital. I can't be more specific on that.
Mr. Speaker, sir, all equipment at ENT hospital, I've already given the information. What are the equipment that have been shifted to Victoria Hospital? What are the equipment that have been used at ENT hospital. Now this question is more related to the audit report. I would be ready to answer the question on audit report if the question would be addressed to me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can we know from the Honourable Minister, over and above health services provided to COVID-positive patients, are there any other health services currently available or dispensed at the new ENT hospital? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir. So the other services that are supposed to be at ENT hospital, Mr. Speaker, sir, the hospital were providing services at the emergency, the OPD, and the outpatient and the inpatient department, and the operation services all have been shifted to Victoria Hospital. As regard to services like maxillofacial services, they have been shifted to an area health center.
Speaker, as of July 2020, there were long waiting lists for CT scan, and the new CT scan at ENT hospital could not be used. Can I ask the Honourable Minister, what is the situation currently?
Mr. Speaker, sir, in my reply, I already said that that's why the ENT has been converted into a treatment center because of the CT scan. This CT scan is being used for patients suffering from COVID because it's a tool that can give, it is used for both the diagnostic and for other purpose of the treatment. Now, as far as the waiting list is concerned, the waiting list, there is no waiting list at ENT hospital for CT scan. If ever there is a waiting list, they have been done at the different centers where we have CT scans in all of our hospitals except the Flag Hospital, where they have been directed to do the CT scan. For the CT scan, the emergency have been catered in the different hospital, while for the waiting list, it's been done again in the different hospital, but as per the appointment and rendezvous.
Next question.
B237.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish at the very outset to point out that overpayment of pension has in fact been accruing over the years since the implementation of the National Pension Fund in 1979. The amount of overpayment is therefore cumulative. It occurs mostly where my ministry is not notified of any change in status of a beneficiary, such as death, remarriage of widows, or prolonged absence of a beneficiary from Mauritius. It is good to know that it is my ministry itself which discovers cases of overpayment dating back to several years for a series and appropriate measures taken in this respect. From July 2017 up to March 2021, the total amount of basic pensions paid is stand at 101 billion. My ministry has been able to discover an overpayment of 255.5 million during that period, representing 0.25% of the total amount of pensions paid. So far, out of the 255.5 million of overpayment, 136.4 million has already been recovered. For the financial year 2017-2018, an amount of 39.6 million has been recovered. For the financial year 2018-2019, 38.1 billion recovered. For the financial year 2019-2020, 31.6 million. And for the financial year 2020 to 31st March 2021, 27.1 million has been recovered. With regards to Part B of the question, my ministry has taken specific actions to address the issue of overpayment. They are as follows. First, following several meetings chaired by myself with representatives of the Civil Status Office in 2015, a mechanism was put in place for my ministry to be notified of the deaths of beneficiaries on a daily basis for the Info Highway platform. Since October 2015, we also get information from the Civil Status Office on the change in status of widows who are residing in Mauritius again on a daily basis through the same platform. Since October 2018, timely information relating to the travel movements of beneficiaries are obtained from the Passport and Immigration Office through the same platform. We also receive information of beneficiaries over 60 years who have left Mauritius and been abroad for more than 6 months. As you may be aware, if a beneficiary stays abroad for more than 6 months, his pension is stopped. We have also sought the advice of the Attorney General Office to write off overpayments, which are already time-barred by 3 years under Article 2279 of the Civil Code Mauritian. The matter is currently, all the cases has been sent to the Internal Control Audit Ministry of Finance, and approval has been obtained for our ministry to take actions to write off some cases. My ministry is also working on an e-social security. In fact, being given that the project has huge cost implication, the approval of Cabinet was sought for its implementation, and also in view of the complexity of the said project, the Ministry of Finance has advised my ministry to enlist the services of an independent consultant to oversee the project, and as such, the needful is being done.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have 2 supplementary questions, if you would allow me, and then you can pass on to my other colleagues. Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the amount that have been recovered, overpayment keeps on increasing year by year because there are new cases every year. And on 30th of June 2020, Attorney General Office advised the ministry that where overpayments are due to deliberate action, negligence of officers, necessary disciplinary measures be taken against those officers. Therefore, can I ask the Honourable Minister where matters stand in relation to this recommendation from AG's office?
Well, the recommendations of the AG's office is if there is any case of mal done from the officers. This is not the case. I beg to differ from your opinion. You know, the issue of overpayment is a very complex issue. You need to understand, as I have said in my reply, cases of overpayment is being detected by my ministry itself. We are detecting all cases dating back more than a decade, and we are having new cases also. You must not forget that there has been a considerable increase in the pension paid to our senior citizens. So this inflates, of course, the amount of overpayment. But I must also say, even though the amount of overpayments is increasing, but if you see the trend, you realize that there is a decrease in the number of cases. For example, for the year 2017-2018, we have had 2,085 cases, whereas for the financial year 2020 up to 31st March of this year, we my ministry has discovered only 1,189 cases.
Yes, sir, I will kindly recommend the Honourable Minister to read the report of the Director of Audit. In fact, there are 5 pages, and the heading itself is no improvement regarding controls over overpayment. So my question to the Honourable Minister, is the Honourable Minister aware that mention was made in relation to 2 cases, 2 dead cases, whereby 3.7 million rupees were paid for more than 27 years to these 2 cases. 3.7 million rupees paid for 27 years where the people has already passed away. Is the Honourable Minister aware of this shocking information and what has been done at the level of his ministry, her ministry.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm aware of the observations made in the audit report. I must say that as soon as the audit report was released, I took cognizance of same. Discussions have already started with the Commissioner and other officers at the level of my ministry. As I have said in my reply, a series of measures has already been taken to address the whole issue of overpayment. Well, we are taking the audit report very seriously. We are working on new specific measures to address this particular issue. But you need also to mention that in the report, the audit officer mentioned that there has been measures, and the measures taken are partly effective.
B238.
Monsieur le Président, face à l'inquiétude croissante concernant l'ampleur de la pollution plastique et les impacts environnementaux et sanitaires qui en résultent, le programme gouvernemental 2020-2024 prévoit de faire de Maurice un pays sans plastique dans les délais les plus proches. Le 28 février 2020, l'approbation du gouvernement a en conséquence été demandée et obtenue pour l'introduction de règlements concernant l'interdiction des produits en plastique non biodégradables à usage unique et la révision du Environment Protection Banning of Plastic Bags Regulations 2015 dans le but de réduire le nombre de déchets plastiques générés dans le pays. Monsieur le Président, je suis informé que, conformément à la décision du gouvernement, pas moins de 16 réunions consultatives ont eu lieu avec diverses parties prenantes, publiques et privées, dont le Ministry of Finance, Economic Planning and Development, le International Trade Division of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, le Regional Integration and International Trade, le Bureau de l'Attorney General, le Département des Douanes, la Mauritius Revenue Authority, la Chambre de commerce et d'industrie, la Mauritius Export Association et les fabricants et entreprises locaux de plastique. Et ce, avant l'entrée en vigueur de l'Environment Protection Control of Single-Use Plastic Products Regulation 2020. Outre ces réunions en personne, des consultations ont également eu lieu par voie électronique et par l'échange de diverses correspondances. L'Environment Protection Control of Single-Use Plastic Products Regulation 2020, qui a été introduit le 15 juillet 2020, prévoyait la partie 1 du Second Schedule qui consiste en une liste de produits en plastique non biodégradable à usage unique qui entrerait en vigueur à partir du 15 janvier 2021. Tandis que la partie 2 du Second Schedule of the Regulations spécifie d'autres produits en plastique non biodégradables à usage unique pour lesquels un moratoire jusqu'au 14 avril 2021 a été prévu. Monsieur le Président, en ce qui concerne l'Environment Protection Banning of Plastic Bags Regulations 2020, qui a abrogé et remplacé l'Environment Protection Banning of Plastic Bags Regulation de 2015, je suis informé qu'une dizaine de réunions consultatives ont eu lieu avec les parties prenantes, notamment les fabricants de plastique locaux, la Mauritius Export Association, la Chambre de commerce, la Mauritius Revenue Authority et aussi le Ministry of Commerce and Consumer Protection. À un niveau plus opérationnel, Monsieur le Président, je suis informé que les discussions concernant les deux règlements ont été menées lors de plusieurs réunions du Environment Coordination Committee, qui comprend des représentants de divers organismes publics, y compris les autorités locales, ainsi qu'au niveau du Committee of Environment Liaison Officers, qui se compose de représentants de divers organismes publics. J'ai également rencontré le commissaire de police au sujet de l'application de ces règlements. De plus, avant l'entrée en vigueur des deux règlements, des consultations ont eu lieu avec les petites et moyennes entreprises et les fabricants locaux pour assurer la disponibilité d'alternatives biodégradables, compostables et respectueuses de l'environnement sur le marché. Je suis informé qu'au 15 avril 2021, 90 demandes d'enregistrement d'importateurs et de fabricants de produits en plastique biodégradable sous le Environment Protection Control of Single-Use Plastic Products Regulation 2020 et 115 demandes de l'enregistrement en vertu de l'Environment Protection Banning of Plastic Bags Regulation 2020 ont été reçues par mon ministère. Et cela, Monsieur le Président, démontre ainsi une évolution positive vers des alternatives compostables et biodégradables. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi aussi de souligner que mon ministère a reçu des représentations de la Chambre de commerce et aussi de la MEXA concernant le Environment Protection Control of Single-Use Plastic. Et dans un esprit d'ouverture et de réactivité, plusieurs séances de travail ont été organisées avec toutes les personnes concernées. À la lumière des propositions reçues et compte tenu de l'environnement économique difficile résultant de la pandémie de Covid-19, le 8 janvier 2021, le gouvernement a accepté de prévoir un moratoire additionnel exceptionnellement pour certains produits dont je vais énumérer la liste. Et ce moratoire, c'est un moratoire qui est prévu jusqu'au 14 avril 2021. Ces produits sont les pailles en plastique, y compris les pailles en plastique scellées, faisant partie intégrante de l'emballage de notre produit, et aussi des plateaux en plastique et récipients avec couverts en plastique utilisés pour l'emballage de produits frais, surgelés, pré-cuits ou cuits, tels que fruits, légumes, farata, pâtisseries et sandwichs. Ces emballages sont communément appelés comme les hinge containers. Le gouvernement a également accepté un moratoire jusqu'au 14 janvier 2022 concernant l'interdiction des produits en plastique, ce qu'on appelle les Modified Atmosphere Packaging, notamment pour les gobelets et en plastique et bols en plastique utilisés uniquement pour l'emballage de produits alimentaires tels que produits laitiers, yaourts, glaces et desserts, et aussi dans ce qui concerne les Modified Atmosphere Packaging, cela concerne les produits alimentaires frais, cuits, pré-cuits, tels que viande, fruits de mer, etc. Monsieur le Président, un communiqué a été publié par le ministère le même jour, c'est-à-dire le 8 janvier 2021, et pour informer les parties prenantes et le grand public des nouvelles extensions, et pour assurer une communication ouverte et pour la bonne mise en œuvre du règlement, un groupe de travail impliquant les officiers de mon ministère, des représentants de la Chambre de commerce et aussi du MEXA a été mis en place.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes 70 membres dans cette Chambre et je suis certain que les 70 parlementaires sont unanimement contre la pollution plastique dans notre pays. Pour autant, je ne peux m'empêcher de constater que la loi sur les Single-Use Plastic Products est entrée en vigueur sous un délai de 6 mois pour une liste de 10 produits au cours d'une année durement frappée par la pandémie et surtout par la difficulté de nos fabricants locaux de se déplacer à l'étranger pour étudier de nouveaux outils de production conformes à la nouvelle loi. Le ministre peut-il nous dire donc quelles ont été les mesures prises par le gouvernement pour accompagner les entreprises locales dans cette transition afin d'éviter les fermetures d'usines et des licenciements?
Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi de faire une remarque pour dire que l'énumération de la liste des produits et aussi le cut-off date qui a été prévu par le ministère de l'Environnement suit une logique très simple que je souhaiterais approfondir là-dessus. Monsieur le Président, tout changement requiert une certaine adaptation. C'est la raison pour laquelle les regulations qui datent de juillet 2020 ne sont entrées en vigueur qu'en janvier 2021 pour les single-use plastic, mars 2021 pour les sacs en plastique et avril 2021 pour les straws et autres hinge containers que je viens de mentionner. Monsieur le Président, l'interdiction des sacs en plastique date de janvier 2016. Nous savons tous pertinemment bien que si les sacs en plastique se trouvent aujourd'hui toujours sur le marché, c'est parce que quelques fabricants persistent à violer la loi. Ne soyez pas surpris, Monsieur le Président, de découvrir que ceux qui font généralement, je ne suis pas en train de généraliser, mais il y a quelques-uns, ceux qui font un peu plus de bruit sont toujours ceux qui ont été verbalisés à plusieurs reprises pour infraction à la loi depuis janvier 2016. Monsieur le Président, aucun compromis n'est possible dans la protection de l'environnement ou même dans la violation de la loi. Si nous voulons protéger les générations futures, il faut avoir, je dirais, la force de ses convictions et il fallait venir de l'avant avec un cut-off date. Monsieur le Président, que ce soit dans l'élaboration de la liste des produits interdits ou encore la fixation des cut-off dates, nous nous sommes assurés, après pourparlers avec toutes les parties prenantes, que 2 critères fondamentaux soient respectés. Premièrement, l'existence des produits alternatifs sur le marché. Deuxièmement, que ces produits alternatifs soient accessibles à des prix raisonnables. Monsieur le Président, je suis personnellement satisfait aujourd'hui que les consommateurs et aussi les petites et moyennes entreprises mauriciennes se sont adaptés avec cette exigence et que requiert la protection de l'environnement.
Le ministre peut-il déposer à la Chambre la liste des importateurs et la liste des fabricants locaux de produits en plastique biodégradable et à usage unique et qui sont déjà enregistrés auprès de son ministère?
J'ai déjà fait mention, Monsieur le Président, qu'il y a au 15 avril 2021, 90 demandes d'enregistrement d'importateurs de fabricants de produits de plastique biodégradable, ce qu'on appelle le Control of Single-Use Plastic, et aussi 115 demandes de l'enregistrement. Moi, je ne vois aucun changement à cela, Monsieur le Président. Cela sera fait d'une façon transparente.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pourrait-on savoir qu'est-ce qui est fait au niveau du ministère pour contrôler l'importation de plastique auprès des commerçants réfractaires?
Monsieur le Président, j'ai eu personnellement une séance de travail avec le commissaire de police. Il faut bien le savoir et aussi le dire que les enforcement officers ne sont pas limités aux officiers du ministère de l'Environnement. Nous avons aussi les officiers de la force policière qui sont regroupés sous la police de l'environnement. Les différents inspecteurs, les différents enforcement officers sont aussi basés au niveau des différentes collectivités locales. Les membres de la force policière qui sont basés dans les différentes stations de police aussi sont considérés comme des enforcement officers. Donc nous avons eu plusieurs séances de travail avec toutes ces entités pour s'assurer de la bonne marche pour la mise en application de tous ces regulations. Et je dois dire qu'à ce jour, je dois dire qu'il y a un certain compliance des différentes parties prenantes. Et moi-même, je suis assez satisfait de la réaction des grandes surfaces et aussi des petits commerces pour s'adapter avec les produits alternatifs. Et je dois dire aussi qu'il y a une bonne collaboration entre les grandes surfaces, les boutiques et aussi les petites et moyennes entreprises dans ce sens, Monsieur le Président.
Last supplementary.
Yes, thank you. Being given that the Minister has himself mentioned aucun compromis en ce qu'il s'agit de la protection de l'environnement, can I ask him what are his plans for PET bottles, which are also single-use plastic products?
Oui, monsieur, je remercie l'honorable pour sa question, Monsieur le Président. L'honorable a parfaitement raison de soulever la question. Les PET bottles, Monsieur le Président, nous sommes à produire 125 millions à 130 millions de bouteilles en PET chaque année. Je l'ai moi-même dit, ce n'est pas une question de politique de deux poids, deux mesures. Il faut absolument considérer la pollution plastique sous tous ses aspects. Les bouteilles en plastique font partie intégrante de la pollution dans ce pays et je n'hésiterai pas à qualifier que les producteurs des bouteilles en plastique sont les gros pollueurs, malheureusement. Selon les regulations qui datent de 2001, les embouteilleurs ont l'obligation de s'enregistrer avec le ministère de l'Environnement et aussi de collecter les bouteilles en plastique. Mais c'est avec regret que je le dis que nous l'avons constaté, de ces 125 millions à 130 millions de bouteilles en PET, il y a seulement 40% qui sont collectés par les différents embouteilleurs. Et les 60% qui restent sont malheureusement laissés dans la nature. Et moi, je considère que cela est quelque chose d'inacceptable. Nous sommes en train de travailler avec les différents embouteilleurs. Nous sommes en train de travailler sur les différents types de propositions. Il y a plusieurs propositions qui sont venues de l'avant, y compris ce principe de consignment, dépôt refund. Et nous sommes en train de travailler sur tous les aspects. Et je dois dire que nous sommes arrivés à un stage assez avancé de nos discussions avec les différents embouteilleurs. Dans un prochain avenir, je viendrai de l'avant avec une déclaration dans ce sens.
The table has been advised that PQ B225 has been withdrawn. Next question.
B239.
Mr. Speaker, sir, medical waste is any waste that is generated by byproduct of healthcare work at doctors' surgeries, dentists, hospitals, and laboratories. It includes any material that could come into contact with the body during diagnosis, drug administration, or any type of treatment. It's likely to be infectious or potentially infectious. I wish to inform the House that hazardous waste are defined under the Environment Protection Act and listed under the Environment Protection Standards for Hazardous Waste Regulation 2001 as waste that have the potential to cause harm or damage to human health and the environment due to their hazardous properties. These include waste from diagnosis, treatment, or prevention of disease and natal care. I'm also informed by the Ministry of Environment that following a request made by my ministry for the disposal of medical waste at the Marchicos landfilling, approval was granted for the disposal of 800 tons in 2018, 815 tons in 2019, and 946 tons in 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, as regards the collection, treatment, and disposal of medical waste, I wish to inform the House that all the medical waste, such as swabs, cotton, gloves, drips, sanitary items, catheter, and stomach bags, blood bags, intravenous tubing, dressing in the wards units are removed on a daily basis and stored in yellow plastic bags and clinical sheds. All plastic bags are sealed and labeled before disposal in the clinical sheds. The medical waste are collected by private contractor twice weekly or as and when required. Same are sent to Marchicos landfilling for disposal following approval obtained from the Solid Waste Management Division of the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, sir, almost all, if not all, imported PPEs are made of plastic. Je vais faire le lien avec ma question précédente. May I know from the Honourable Minister if any effort is being made by his ministry to seek non-plastic PPEs or biodegradable plastic ones?
Mr. Speaker, sir, so far we are using all the PPEs made of plastics, but we already have the stocks of those, we already have in stocks of those PPEs in plastic, but in the future, I think we have to think in this line to have disposable PPEs so that we don't have to incinerate them.
MPU team.
The Honourable Minister just mentioned that for medical waste, there is a private operator who comes and collects those wastes and go to Marchicos. Is he aware that in some public health institutions, hospitals, those medical wastes are actually incinerated?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
This is a causing concern. I have raised it in the past in this House, and this practice seems to be continuing.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. So far, the information I have, it's only at the Banseka Mental Health Care Center that there is an incinerator that is working and it is processing the medical waste that has to be incinerated.
MP Roy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honourable Minister mentioned about the disposable waste going to Marchicos. Can he inform the House about the protocol adopted by his ministry during this process? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, protocol adopted during for the medical waste, I think I've already highlighted in my reply, but for medical waste involved from different quarantine centers or treatment centers, all those waste are being incinerated.
MP Juman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether all hospitals have a medical waste incinerator? Instead, he just said only one is operational at Brown-Sequard Hospital. But what about other hospitals?
Mr. Speaker, sir, as the Honourable Member just stated, that in other hospitals, especially where there are people residing in the same region, especially at G2 Hospital, the incinerator will not be operational. But at the same time, waste that have to be incinerated are sent to the incinerator of Veterinary Services Division of Ministry of Agro-Industry and Food Security for incineration.
MP Ganga Parsad, next question.
B240.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm informed that a total of 19 students were tested positive for COVID-19 and were on treatment. As such, they could not sit for their respective examinations. The breakdown is as follows. For the PSAC, 2 students, NC 9 students, SC 4, HSC 4, a total of 19. As for part A2 of the question, 53 candidates were admitted in quarantine centers. Arrangements were made for them to sit for their examinations within a designated quarantine examination center under strict health, sanitary, and examination conditions. This group of 53 candidates comprised 16 students from PESAC, 15 NC students, 17 candidates for SC, and 5 for HSC. Mr. Speaker, sir, in reply to Part B of the question, one designated supervisor for the HSC examinations was tested COVID-19 positive. He was involved in a briefing session prior to the start of the examinations, and as a result, 6 invigilators were quarantined. As regards PSAC examination, 1 invigilator was found to be COVID positive following a random test effected in Highlands. The result was obtained on the evening of the 6th April, after which 1 invigilator, 1 reader, and 1 reader have been placed in quarantine, and the first 2 PCR tests carried out were negative.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Like me, you must also have taken cognizance of the fact that there are around 1,000 PESAC and 400 NC students, apart from those you have mentioned, who didn't take part in the exams, mainly because of the fear of contracting the virus. Can you inform the House if the MES has planned any receipt for these students so that they are not penalized in whatsoever way? And if yes, when will these exams be held?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the MES has not decided yet upon this particular issue, but one thing is for sure, that one can only receipt for an exam if that student has taken part in the exam. You can't have a receipt if you haven't taken part in the exams.
Since we are at it, Honourable Minister, kindly inform the House when will the PESAC and NC results be made official?
The NC results would be made official by, most probably, by the end of May. And I would like, Mr. Speaker, sir, if it's possible, if you allow me, to state that when we talk about PSAC students, out of the 1,105 students who were mentioned not to have sat for the exams, 200 students were in fact school candidates. The remaining ones were private candidates or candidates from secondary schools attempting for.
Next question.
B241.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your permission, I shall make a combined reply to PQs B241 and B282, as both relate to the same subject matter. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic in Mauritius in March 2020, schools were closed as from March 19th and reopened on the 1st July 2020. The Ministry worked out a general preparedness plan in consultation with the Ministry of Health and Wellness for the reopening of all schools and for cleaning of the departments of the Ministry. I wish to point out that a series of actions were taken by the Ministry to ensure a safe and secure environment. For example, full sensitization of all sanitary precautions to be adopted by student community and the school personnel. Flyers on precautionary measures against COVID-19 were distributed in all educational institutions, as well as posters. Health and sanitary guidelines were formulated with the collaboration of the Ministry of Health and Wellness to ensure adequate health and sanitary measures are taken throughout the academic year. Guidelines included temperature checks upon arrival at schools, the mandatory use of face masks by students and personnel, frequent cleaning and disinfection of the classrooms, and high-touch places, amongst others, to ensure protection. Rapid PCR testing was carried out for all teachers and non-teaching staff to ensure health and safety of all students upon resumption. A series of sensitization workshops were also held with the collaboration of the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, with members of school health clubs on infection, prevention, and control of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, sir, a procurement exercise was also launched for the cleaning of all government and aided primary schools and state secondary schools on a one-off basis by the Ministry. Bids were invited from registered contractors for cleaning and disinfection. Contracts were awarded to the following two service providers, namely Rollington Company Limited for 105 schools in Zone 1 for the total sum of $1,249,000, 92 schools in Zone 2 for a total sum of $1,248,000. And the second contractor was ELM Services Limited, 73 schools in Zone 3 for a total sum of $1,860,434. 56 schools in Zone 4 for the total sum of $1,689,847. The contract included transport, disinfection of all furniture, doors and windows of classrooms, offices, staircases, corridors, toilets, amongst others, in all the schools. The contract also included the warehouse of the Ministry. In addition, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry has also an ongoing contract with Murray Facilities Management Company Limited, a government-owned company under the aegis of Lenscope, engaged in daily cleaning of all our primary and secondary schools. Cleaning and disinfection are also carried out by the general workers and office auxiliaries. Mr. Speaker, sir, for the second wave of COVID-19 this year, schools were closed as from the 10th March 2021. The cleaning and disinfection of schools during the period of examinations have been done as per the recent guidelines from the Ministry of Health and Wellness by Mori Facilities Limited and the personnel of the Ministry. No other contract was awarded for one-off sanitization and disinfection by my Ministry.
Given that we have to learn to adapt to new sanitary realities in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, will the Honourable Minister, is she considering equipping our schools with sanitization tunnels for the safety and security of our children and staff? in the days to come?
Mr. Speaker, sir, all the measures taken were guided by the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And the use of sanitizers actually is being done, but then no sanitizing tunnel has been planned for the near future.
Next question.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker. The Minister replied my PQ together with the PQ of Honorable Ganga Person, and you didn't even give me a chance to put one supplementary question.
Did you express...
Of course I did.
I'm sorry for that, I didn't...
If I may?
Please, go ahead.
Can I know from the Honorable Minister, for the procurement exercise, whether there has been a due diligence on the contractor to avoid any recurring problem that occurs last time during the confinement, and whether the contractors are well qualified to perform sanitization of the building and schools?
Mr. Speaker, sir, we didn't have any problem at the level of my ministry during the confinement period, and the contractors who had sent their bids were all registered contractors at the level of the ministry.
Next question.
B243.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm informed that as at December 2020, there were some 1,124 children attending grades 10 to 13 classes on the current database of the Social Register of Mauritius. The National Empowerment Foundation has, however, ordered 1,500 tablets to cater for both students on the current database and new entrants. With regards to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the National Empowerment Foundation that the consignment, which reached Mauritius on 13 April 2021, has already been cleared by the Customs Department. Testing and commissioning of the said tablets ordered has started yesterday. As Part B and C of the question, I'm informed by the National Empowerment Foundation that the contract for the supply, testing, and commissioning of the said tablets was awarded on 25th January 2021 to Lille Communications and Informatics Limited for the contract value of 17,279,152 inclusive of VAT.
Honorable Minister, I would like one clarification from you. Once these tablets are distributed to these children, to these kids, who does the follow-up? Is it the Ministry of Social Integration, your ministry, or the Ministry of Education?
The National Empowerment Foundation.
Has there been any precaution taken so that these students to whom these tablets are distributed, they are conversant with using this pedagogical tool?
Well, of course, if the students need support to deal with the tablets, we will do the needful.
They have been distributed, these tablets, Honorable Minister. Who is responsible for the maintenance, update, etc. of these tablets?
NUF itself.
Next question.
B244.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, I will list down the measures taken to alleviate the hardship of the planters in the current lockdown period. As the House will appreciate, planters and breeders, not only from the constituencies 15, 16, and 17, but from all over the island, have been authorized to use their farmer's card to attend to their fields and farms, despite the temporary restriction of movement order issued for the current lockdown period. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, the validity period of those farmers' cards which had expired have been automatically extended until June of 2021 in order to avoid farmers having to proceed to the Small Farmers Welfare Fund to renew their respective farmers' card. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the fact that constituencies 15, 16, and 17 were at some stage declared red zone with strict restrictions of movement on the inhabitants, those planters residing in that red zone were nevertheless authorized to travel to their fields using their planter's card. Furthermore, and fourthly, Mr. Speaker, sir, taking into consideration the volume of vegetables under production in those regions and in order to support their economic activity, my ministry, in collaboration with the Mauritius Police Force, organized for the planters to trade their harvested products on Tuesdays and Fridays, that is, on those days on which auction normally is carried out at Vaqua Market. Trading of fruits and vegetables were therefore carried out in the first instance at 7 police checkpoints situated around the boundaries of the red zone. A first exercise was carried out on the 19th of March from 5 in the morning to 8 in the morning. Based on the number of trading activities, the arrangements were reviewed and 2 sites only were retained, namely at Wooton and secondly at Pétrin. The arrangements were again reviewed as from 6th of April, and only Wooton, which is adjacent to the site of the National Wholesale Market, has been retained, and the hours have been extended until 9 in the morning. I am informed that on each day there are about 10 to 15 planters and some 8 vegetable sellers and intermediaries at the site. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, sir, planters of the red zone have been given special access by the police to leave the red zone and to proceed to the Agricultural Marketing Board to purchase potato seeds starting this month. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, I wish to reassure the planters community and the House that at the level of our ministry, several schemes are already in place which are of direct benefit to planters and are continuously being implemented. Moreover, government is providing financial support indiscriminately to those who qualify for the self-employed assistance scheme or wage assistance scheme, and therefore planters and breeders who are eligible can also take advantage of these facilities. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are several proposals from the farming community which have been received in the context of Budget 2021-2022, and they are currently being studied and will be forwarded to the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le ministre, vous êtes sûrement au courant que non seulement les planteurs ont souffert pendant le confinement et surtout dans la zone rouge, à Bonne-Terre, Carolaliane, Clairefonds et autres, mais ils se sont confrontés aussi à des difficultés financières dues aux augmentations des engrais, du sel et des semences. Le ministre envisagerait-il de supprimer certaines taxes et sur la TVA pour alléger leur fardeau?
This is premature for me to give a direct reply at this stage, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le ministre, peut-il informer la Chambre si la DBM peut aider ces planteurs de légumes, surtout dans la région de Bonne-Terre, dans le numéro 15, et est-ce que la DBM peut proposer des prêts à ces planteurs qui ont perdu, il faut bien le dire, dans la zone rouge, des tonnes et des tonnes de légumes dans le dernier confinement?
There are a number of schemes which are already in place, Mr. Speaker. So I can recall at least 10 such schemes which are in operation in collaboration with other institutions. You know, I have in mind, for example, the sheltered farming scheme, rainwater harvesting, scheme for purchase of equipment, fruit protection, for banana bagging, for the upgrading of livestock farm, for pasture development, for cattle breeding, goat and sheep breeding, for the acquisition of CCTV camera as well as for the promotion of beekeeping. I can name a few more. And there are still budgetary provisions for these schemes, and these will continuously be implemented. Over and above, as I said again, there are other proposals being submitted to the Minister of Finance.
PNQ.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister state whether a survey has been conducted to estimate crops that were left unharvested in the fields?
The survey has just, let me start again. The House will appreciate that for the constituencies of 15, 16, and 17, it is only very recently that the red zone, entre guillemets, has been reviewed following mass testing of inhabitants in the region. So now that the region is no longer a red zone, this facilitates entry into those areas for officers. Now, it is not only a question of a loss due to the markets not being accessible. The House will appreciate it's not only, I repeat, not only farmers and breeders in the red zone and circonscription 16-17 who are facing difficulties, but all farmers and breeders around Mauritius. The House will appreciate that les bazars sont fermés. That's why. That is, I think, the main reason why les produits ne peuvent être vendus, but we are leaving no stone unturned to provide assistance to farming and breeding community in the whole island.
B245.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the Municipal Council of QPIP that an amount of 4 million rupees has been provided under the Local Development Project 2020-2021 for the resurfacing of 10 roads within the town of QPIP, and the work are in progress now. The expected date of completion is end of May 2021. I'm tabling a list of these roads. Moreover, an additional amount of 19 million rupees has been made available under the Economic Recovery Fund for the resurfacing of roads. Bids were invited, and the bids received are presently under evaluation. Additionally, a sum of 17.8 million rupees has been earmarked by the Council for patching work in all the wards of the township of QPIP, and the contract has already been awarded for the sum of 5 million rupees. Work ordered to the tune of 1 million for patching work along 21 roads has so far been issued, and work are in progress. A list of these roads is also being tabled. I'm further informed that the Road Development Authority has issued work orders for the milling and resurfacing of the main road under its responsibility in the constituency number 17 during the current financial year as follows. Kauche Militaire Road, B6, Phoenix Mayberg Road, A10, Phoenix Plaisance Road, A10 again, Coriolis Road, B86 at Midlands, and the National Development Unit proposed in the forthcoming days to award contract for both resurfacing and construction of 7 roads in constituency number 17.
That's his question.
J'espère que ces routes vont être asphaltées. Entre-temps, il y a une vidéo en ligne et j'aimerais déposer le lien de cette vidéo sur la table de l'Assemblée pour que le VPM puisse regarder lui-même. Mais entre-temps, puisqu'on est à la veille du budget, est-ce que le vice-premier ministre peut prendre un engagement aujourd'hui d'allouer plus de budget au conseil municipal de QPIP pour que le conseil municipal de QPIP puisse faire asphalter ces routes?
No, this is not a good question. I don't know if you...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House what is the total amount of money being disbursed by the government for the maintenance of this road in constituency number 17?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir. Under the LDP, that is Local Development Program, 4 million, I've just mentioned 4 million. Under the Economic Recovery Fund, 19 million. Under the fund of the local authorities, that is QPIC, 17.8 million, RDA, 18.5 million, NDU, 13.9 million. That makes a total of 73.2 million this year.
Next question.
B246.
Mr. Speaker, I'm informed by the Municipal Council of QPIP that a temporary structure of the Forum of QPIP is fully operational and around 400 vegetable sellers trade thereat on Wednesdays and Saturdays. I'm informed that the following renovation work have already been effected at Forum at the beginning of this year. Renovation of existing toilet, replacement of fluorescent electric tube by waterproof LED lights, and replacement of gutter installation of down pipes of a length of 40 meters. Mr. Speaker, the following additional work would be considered in the next financial year. Confection and replacement of 700 all-metal stall at an estimated cost of 3 million rupees. The second phase of replacement of the gutted down pipes for rain water discharge at an estimated cost of 200,000 rupees, and painting of the roof at an estimated cost of 3 million rupees.
Monsieur le Président, puisque le forum de Cueupip est presque pas praticable quand il pleut, et la ville de Cueupip, souvent, il pleut, est-ce que l'honorable vice-premier ministre peut considérer et demander à la mairie de Cueupip d'exempter les frais de location des étaux aux maraîchers jusqu'à la rénovation du forum?
Well, I think that will have to be considered later. I mean, because we have a lot of, as you know, with the COVID situation now, it's not just the COVID, it's not Cueupip only that are affected, but a lot of other local authorities, market in different places are affected. So this is a different question. A decision would have taken at different level.
Try at least a discount on the price because it is among the most expensive. It is among the most expensive Mauritius.
Order. Honorable Danu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know from the Honourable Minister, does the Forum of Cueupip form part of the master plan of Cueupip, which is being proposed by the Deputy Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, sir. Following the government decision to implement the urban terminal at Cueupip in the context of the Metro Express project, the Minister of Housing and Land Use Planning decided to prepare a master plan for the central area of Cueupip and its vicinities. The master plan, which is being prepared under the chairmanship of the Deputy Prime Minister, is still under preparation at the level of the Ministry of Housing and Land Use. The draft master plan also covers the area to be served in future by the Metro Express project at La Visie. The master plan provides for the relocation of Forum in an economic development zone which is being envisaged further south at La Visie.
The table has been advised that PQ B25657, B264, 265, 266, 271 have been withdrawn. Next question.
B247.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai été informé par la Mauritius Revenue Authority que 88 chevaux de course ont été importés pendant la période allant du 1er janvier 2021 au 15 avril 2021 au titre de la saison hippique de 2021. Monsieur le Président, en ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, 80 chevaux ont été importés d'Afrique du Sud, 6 chevaux de Nouvelle-Zélande et 2 chevaux d'Australie. Pour ce qui est de la partie B de la question, je vais déposer le prix d'achat respectif des chevaux importés. Monsieur le Président, en ce qui concerne la partie C de la question, j'ai été informé que le protocole du service des douanes de la MRA n'a pas été récemment modifié. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce que l'honorable ministre pourrait la dernière phrase, répéter la dernière phrase concernant les protocoles, s'il vous plaît?
Je vais répéter. J'ai été informé par la MRA, Mauritius Revenue Authority, que le protocole du service des douanes de la MRA n'a pas été récemment modifié. Est-ce que Bon, c'est pas à moi de poser ces...
La question, Monsieur le Président, en fait, ça concerne est-ce que les protocoles établis ont été strictement suivis? Bon, je vais poser une autre question supplémentaire. L'honorable ministre aura probablement l'occasion de répondre aussi à cette question. Monsieur le Président, je voudrais savoir de l'honorable ministre si les vérifications nécessaires ont été effectuées afin d'établir si tous les propriétaires de chevaux importés pour la saison 2021 sont des propriétaires de bonne foi, je veux dire genuine ones.
Je vais revenir, Monsieur le Président, je vais revenir par rapport à la question qui a été posée. La partie C de la question concernait la MRA. C'est pour cela que la MRA disait qu'il n'y a pas eu de changement dans les protocoles récemment. C'est pour cela qu'ils m'ont dit qu'il n'y a pas eu de changement de protocole, donc qu'il n'y a pas eu à suivre de nouvelles législations, etc. Si l'honorable membre est en train de parler des changements de protocole concernant la GRA, là on parle de la Gambling Regulatory Authority, là cela concerne les dispositions concernant la FATF. À ce moment-là, quand il va venir avec une question spécifique sur le sujet, je me ferai un devoir de lui répondre avec toutes les informations sur ce sujet.
Monsieur le Président, d'après certaines informations qui me sont parvenues, il y aurait un puissant d'affaires qui aurait utilisé des prête-noms pour importer un nombre important de chevaux. Et dans le milieu, on parle de plus d'une soixantaine qui ont été placés dans différentes écuries qui seront en opération cette saison, ce qui est, à mon avis, contraire au protocole. L'honorable ministre des Finances a-t-il été informé de cela?
Monsieur le Président, non. Je remercie l'honorable membre de cette question. Je ne suis pas informé de cela. Si jamais il a des informations précises à ce sujet, je lui demanderai de bien vouloir me les fournir pour que je puisse faire le nécessaire auprès de la MRA et aussi de la GRA.
Justement, concernant les protocoles, c'est-à-dire les conditions qui sont imposées par la MRA et le ministère des Finances, autour de l'importation des chevaux, le ministre peut-il nous dire quelle est l'institution, en fait, qui a la responsabilité de s'assurer que les mesures mises en place sont suivies correctement?
Monsieur le Président, concernant les dispositions concernant la MRA, ce sera la MRA de suivre les différentes dispositions des protocoles de la loi par rapport à la MRA Act. Concernant le Gambling Regulatory Authority, cela c'est autre chose, c'est à l'autorité concernée, la MTC, de prendre contact avec la GRA pour suivre les différents protocoles. Donc il y a deux institutions qui régissent les courses.
No more bets. Next question.
Bid 248, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm informed that since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in Mauritius, a protocol for the care and treatment of patients infected with COVID-19 has been prepared in light of international literature and findings. The protocol is regularly updated as new evidence emerges and according to WHO recommendations. The protocol used by my ministry has been devised by a panel of experts comprising doctors holding specialist qualifications in internal medicine, infectious diseases, gastroenterology, geriatrics, emergency medicine, anesthesia, nephrology, gynecology, obstetrics, pediatrics, and microbiology. The latest version of the protocol dates back to 25th February 2021, and this version was in use for the period end of March to beginning of April 2021. The patients are discharged in line with this protocol. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm further informed that this protocol, similar to other medical protocols, provides guidance for the care and treatment of the disease based on the medical history of the patient, age, presence of comorbidities and other immune deficiency, as well as in relation to the clinical, biological, and radiological status of the patient. The protocol also establishes the admission and discharge criteria of patients based on, inter alia, the stage and severity of the illness, and the clinical and biological evolution of the patient. Consequently, a protocol for the patient's care and treatment needs to be adopted by the treating doctor in light of the situation of each patient. In line with the established protocol, an asymptomatic patient will undergo a PCR test on day 7 and day 10, and the patient will remain in the treatment center as for at least 10 days. The patient will be allowed to leave the treatment center only upon 2 consecutive negative PCR test results. In case the patient is tested positive for COVID-19 on day 10th, a PCR test will be carried out every 3 days. When obtaining a negative PCR result, the test will be repeated at least after 24 hours, and upon 2 consecutive PCR tests, the patient will be discharged from the treatment center. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that there is a panel of experts whose mandate is also to determine and decide upon the release of atypical patients, upon the verification of criteria like age, clinical status of the illness, clinical status of the patient, immune status, length of admission in treatment center, clinical status on the decision-making day, the patient's serological status, and the PCR test results. Additionally, the panel will then have to take a decision on these particular cases, and the decisions will be based on the criteria specified earlier, and including the cycle threshold CT. The CT value corresponds to the number of amplification cycles needed for the detection of the genetic material of the virus. The greater the amount of amplification cycles needed corresponds to very limited amount of genetic material present. When there is only traces of the virus, more amplification cycles will be needed for detection. This means that the CT value is high. At this stage, for a single patient, the CT can sometimes be negative or considered as being positive, but with CT values which are highly positive. This will once more indicate that the patient is no longer infective. I'm further informed that the above applies for patients who have been tested positive for COVID-19 and who are admitted in treatment centers. Regarding patients who have been tested positive in quarantine centers, they are immediately transferred to treatment centers until the end of treatment.
Monsieur le Président, peut-on savoir de l'honorable ministre, est-il informé qu'il y a au moins une personne qui a passé 17 jours en quarantaine à l'hôtel La Pirogue, d'après toujours les renseignements qui me sont parvenus, et qui a été testé positif et qui, malgré tout, a été autorisé à rentrer chez lui. Est-ce que l'honorable ministre est au courant de cet état de choses? Parce que cette information a largement été véhiculée dans les médias.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. The honorable member is saying, that's right, that patient may have a positive test after he has been discharged, but this is based on the CT values. CT values for patients who have been tested positive more than maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, that CT values will indicate whether this positive test, they are still infective or not. And at the same time, we have to see whether this patient has already the serological status to be discharged. So based on serological status, positivity of the patient, and the general condition of the patient, the decision being taken by the expert who decide amongst to discharge or not the patient.
Monsieur le Président, le ministre peut-il nous dire si, une fois autorisés à quitter le centre de traitement, ces personnes qui, justement, ont été testées négatives, donc autorisées à partir, est-ce qu'ils ont un protocole à suivre avant de pouvoir circuler normalement?
Normally, Mr. Speaker, sir, the protocol is the patient has to stay in isolation for 1 week before they are being allowed to move to go outside. But at the same time, we have to, patients before being discharged, after they've been discharged, they've been followed on phone. For any problem, they have to contact the treatment center so that the appropriate advice being given.
Next question.
B249.
Mr. Speaker, sir, following the observation made in the report of the Director of Audit on the accounts of government for the financial year 2019-2020, regarding disbursement of funds to the Mauritius Multisports Infrastructure Limited, MMIL, by my ministry, I have set up a committee chaired by my permanent secretary and comprising of representatives of MMIL as well as the concerned officers of my ministry. The term of reference of the committee is to examine in depth the observations and recommendations made by the Director of Audit in view of proposing a stronger disbursement mechanism between my ministry and MMIL.
Monsieur le Président, des documents financiers qui ne sont pas signés, des demandes de fonds qui ne sont pas expliquées, comme l'a si bien souligné le directeur de l'audit, il faut croire qu'il y a une absence totale d'organisation et de standards au niveau du MMIL. De ce fait, l'honorable ministre peut-il nous dire qui est l'actuel directeur justement du MMIL, quelles sont ses responsabilités, ses salaires et les autres conditions attachées à ce poste?
Monsieur le Président, je peux tout simplement dire qui est le chairperson de MMIL, mais évidemment, par rapport à toutes les conditions rattachées à ce poste, je n'ai pas ces renseignements avec moi, puisque la question n'était pas directement liée. Donc, le chairperson de MMIL, c'est M. Jean-Pierre Seusier.
Le ministre pourrait, Monsieur le Président, déposer justement les informations qu'il n'a pas en ce moment en sa possession par rapport aux responsabilités du directeur de MMIL, de ses salaires et d'autres conditions attachées. Est-ce qu'il est disposé à déposer sur la table de l'Assemblée ces informations?
Je vais prendre les renseignements nécessaires, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Monsieur le Président, le ministre, dans sa réponse, a mentionné qu'il a mis en place une comité pour regarder dans l'affaire en question. Est-ce qu'on peut savoir du ministre qui sont les membres sur ce comité?
Donc, Monsieur le Président, comme je l'ai dit dans ma réponse initiale, donc ce comité sera présidé par le Permanent Secretary de mon ministère. Et donc, il y a aussi un DPS responsable de finances dans le comité, aussi the Manager Financial Operations of my ministry, the Assistant Manager Internal Control of my ministry, the Office Management Assistant will act as Secretary, and the Chief Operating Officer of the MMIL forms part of this committee.
Juman?
B250.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that as at date, 1,579 patients are following treatment in the 7 government dialysis centers and 6 private dialysis centers. Since March 5, 2021, as at date, 76 patients following dialysis treatment have passed away. In March 2021, out of 1,556 patients who are on dialysis, 53 have passed away. From April 2021 till date, out of 1,579 patients who are on dialysis, 23 have passed away. However, none of the patients following dialysis treatment in our dialysis centers passed away in the dialysis center itself since March 5th, 2021. In case of any medical complications during dialysis, the dialysis patient is transferred to intensive care units of the hospital to which the dialysis center is attached. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm informed that since March 2021, 3 patients who were following treatment for dialysis at Suivez Hospital have passed away directly related to COVID-19. 2 of them were admitted at Suivez Hospital and 1 at ENT Hospital. I'm further informed that 5 positive COVID-19 patients and 2 COVID-19 negative patients passed away with primary cause of death due to other comorbidities.
Impeachment.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Puisque vous êtes de bonne humeur, peut-être je vais prendre un peu plus de temps pour ma question, s'il vous plaît. Lors d'une conférence de presse, le docteur Ayub, à vos côtés, Monsieur le Ministre, nous a bien fait comprendre, je cite, le stress, comme vous êtes au courant, peut déclencher, je cite, le stress, comme vous êtes au courant, peut déclencher le décès d'un patient positif au Covid. Et autre facteur, c'est l'alimentation. Comment vous expliquez-vous, Monsieur le Ministre, qu'une patiente nommée FM, qui a été dialysée le 25 mars, le lendemain, le ministère l'informe qu'ils vont la récupérer pour placer dans une centre de quarantaine. On la récupère à 17h05. S'il vous plaît. Je veux vous poser ma question. S'il vous plaît, 2 minutes. C'est très important. Je n'aurai pas d'autres supplémentaires. On la récupère à 17h05. Ce n'est que le 23h qu'elle a pu regagner accès à une chambre à l'hôtel Tamassa, suivi d'un dîner à 23h40, menu biryani poulet, gâteau au chocolat. Attends, s'il vous plaît. C'est une patiente.
Put your question.
Ma question va suivre.
You're making a statement.
Et le lendemain, pas de dialyse pour le patient. Monsieur le ministre, comment pas de dialyse et le lendemain déjeuner min-tweet. Mais monsieur le ministre, c'est pas un cas.
Now I'll move to the next question. If I don't have a question, yeah, I'll move to the next question.
Monsieur le Président.
I give you a last chance.
Please. Monsieur le ministre, ce n'est pas suffisant pour donner une enquête indépendante, pour situer les responsabilités, et plus important que ça ne se reproduise plus à l'avenir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the first part of the question is related to the stress that these patients have bared. In the PNQ today morning, I've already given the condition, the situation, how have we been able to detect these patients, and in which circumstances we have transported all these patients. All the details I've given to that. Now, second part of the question about the diet. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the patients, 20 patients follow a strict diet regarding the disease that they are suffering from, and 80% do not follow that dieting. At that point of time, I agree with him that the catering officers over there, they have given the whatever be the food biryani or all that. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been a little bit flexible with patients so that their relatives can bring food for them. And in that food, what they have brought for them in the centers, there is also questions, but Mr. Speaker, sir, it's not the time now that we started doing a post-mortem on the diet of these patients.
Because, sir, from the PNQ and the question today, we know that dialysis patients that were COVID negative went to Soyak Hospital, interacted with nurses who were COVID positive, and later on, these dialysis patients became COVID positive, and some of them died. Doesn't the Honourable Minister think that the state responsibility is engaged and the state has failed all these dialysis patients?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I object with this comment he has made. How can he say that a nursing officer, a staff who is COVID positive, is working with patients with dialysis? All those who have been tested positive, nursing staff or patients with dialysis, are being sent to treatment centers. Patients who has undergone dialysis who are tested negative, obviously, they have done their dialysis with staff. Today morning, I've enumerated how we have managed to get staff in the treatment centers.
For me catching my
Can I ask a question about the effectiveness of the vaccines on those patients? Has there been any clinical trial that has been done with regards to the vaccines that are being administered on those dialysis patients?
Mr. Speaker, sir, the efficacy of vaccine, daily we're having literatures coming up about efficacy of the different vaccines. I think I don't have the information right now, but obviously if you have a question on the effectiveness of vaccine, it keeps on changing. I will come up with saying that effective of vaccines, all the different vaccines, obviously.
Will not undergo any post-mortem. Next question, MP Dumas.
B251.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in line with diplomatic practice, a note verbal was issued to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, informing of the change in residency of His Excellency Mr. Shaukat Ali Sudan, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Mauritius, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from Riyadh to Mauritius. Thank you.
Honourable Minister, is it possible to table a copy of the letter of appointment as roving ambassador in Saudi Arabia?
You mean the note verbal? Yes. Well, the honourable member should know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the honourable member should know, Mr. Speaker, sir, that diplomatic correspondences are formally exchanged between states, between government through a note verbal, in line with the diplomatic practices as governed by the Vienna Convention. And a note verbal is one of the many forms of communication between governments. In fact, this is the most common form of communication, but it is not considered as a public document, and it would not be appropriate for me, Mr. Speaker, sir, to circulate the said note.
Can the Honourable Minister only give us the date the note verbal was issued, please? Only the date we need.
Yes. On the 1st March 2021, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Regional Integration and International Trade issued the note verbal informing of the change in residency of His Excellency Mr. Sudan to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Was the note verbal pre-PQ or post-PQ? The PQ where you did not give a right answer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, I will leave. The honourable member has the date when the PQ was set. It's up to him to find out whether the note verbal was before or after, because I mentioned the date in which the note verbal was issued, the 1st of March.
Before the last one, Honourable Danu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Can the honourable member inform the House what is the difference between a roving ambassador and an ambassador?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a roving ambassador usually has residence in his country and is accredited in many other jurisdictions.
Next, last supplementary.
Given that the Honourable Minister, being given that the ambassador is now based in Mauritius, may we know what will happen to the representational cars purchased, one Exis and one Jaguar at the embassy?
Well, if the honourable member comes with a substantive question, I will certainly give him the answer.
Let's hear Honourable Omia.
B252.
March 2020.
Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Président, le Premium Visa a été introduit en novembre 2020 en tant que nouveau programme de Travel Visa Scheme. Le Premium Visa est délivré pour une période d'1 an renouvelable. Introduit dans le contexte de la pandémie de la Covid-19, le Premium Visa vise à attirer les professionnels, des touristes de moyen et long terme, des retraités, des investisseurs et ceux dont les enfants étudient à Maurice. Les non-ressortissants qui demandent ce visa doivent être titulaires d'une police d'assurance valide, couvrant à la fois les aspects médicaux et liés au voyage. Le demandeur doit également détenir la preuve qu'il dispose de fonds suffisants pour couvrir ses dépenses. L'Economic Development Board m'a informé que depuis le lancement du programme, 550 demandes ont été reçues. Monsieur le Président, en ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, au 15 avril 2021, 384 demandes ont été approuvées par le Passport and Immigration Office. Au regard de la partie B de la question, j'ai été informé qu'avant d'approuver les demandes de Premium Visa, le Passport and Immigration Office effectue des contrôles de sécurité relatifs aux demandeurs auprès d'agences de sécurité internationales. En ce qui concerne la partie C de la question, l'une des conditions attachées à la délivrance d'un Premium Visa est que le demandeur ne prenne pas d'emploi à Maurice. En cas de non-respect de cette condition, le Premium Visa peut être révoqué avec effet immédiat. Merci.
I thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. Can the Honourable Minister give us any reason as to why nationals of Pakistan, with whom we enjoy bilateral reciprocal diplomatic relations, having an embassy in Mauritius and a high comm in Islamabad, are not eligible as per the list as affixed by the Economic Development Board?
Monsieur le Président, je n'ai pas d'informations à ce sujet. Je vais devoir enquêter auprès de l'Economic Development Board, mais en tout cas, à ma connaissance, il n'y a pas de spécification concernant les pays. Je dois vérifier cette information auprès de l'Economic Development Board.
Table the list that has been affixed.
Honorable Omia?
Yes.
You have 4 questions, I guess.
Yes.
Make sure you have time to ask questions.
With it accordingly, thank you for the advice.
Final
I would just want to just to inform the Honourable Minister that there is a list that is on the website of the Economic Development Board, and countries like Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, Algeria are not eligible for application of premium visa in Mauritius. My next supplement is how many of these successful applicants have expressed interest, since it is as per the conditions in the application for premium visa, has expressed interest to be an investor or acquiring residential property in Mauritius.
Monsieur le Président, le Premium Visa n'a rien à voir avec le permis pour venir résider à Maurice en tant qu'investisseur. C'est quelque chose, c'est un nouveau scheme qu'on a mis en place pour attirer les personnes pouvant venir vivre pendant une longue période sur le territoire mauricien. Mais si le retraité ou l'étudiant ou la personne concernée veut acheter ou investir dans le pays, il doit faire le nécessaire auprès de l'IDB. Voilà ma réponse.
The table has been advised that the following PNQs have been withdrawn: B261, B274, B275, B276. Next question, Dr. Omia.
B253.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm informed that since March 2020, the number of COVID-19 positive tested persons admitted in the intensive care unit of New Suyak Hospital is 14. Out of the 14 patients tested COVID-19 positive, 7 required intubation and ventilation. As regards to ENT hospital, the number of COVID-19 positive tested persons admitted in the intensive care unit is 20, and 13 of them required intubation and ventilation. Mr. Speaker, sir, as regard to part A of the question, as per the current protocol, no treatment is provided to asymptomatic patients. Symptomatic patients with mild to moderate infection, that is absence of viral pneumonia and hypoxia, are treated as per symptoms. As for symptomatic patients with severe disease, that is presence of pneumonia and hypoxia, they are treated with intravenous dexamethasone and antiviral medication. I'm also informed that the following antibiotics are also readily available for administration intravenously as and when required. Meropenem, ceftriaxone, clarithromycin, amikamycin, vancomycin, moxifloxacin, the antifungal intravenous micafungin, and the anticoagulant subcutaneous Lovenox are also part of the treatment protocol. As Mr. Speaker, sir, as regard to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that in total the number of patients who entered the ICU since March 2020 is 34. However, out of those 34 patients, 14 have been treated in order to avoid being placed on ventilation and intubation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm also informed that out of those remaining 20 patients who required ventilation and intubation, 15 has passed away since March 2020.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You will surely share with us that there were 12 patients who were admitted last year in Suivez, out of which 10 passed away. And recently, there have been 5 who passed away following those admitted in ENT. Our death rate and case fatality rate is more than 78%. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister, in the light of this very high figure that we have in our country, whether he is considering to advise new treatment therapeutic protocols using the very drug that was discussed last week, remdesivir, which you said is under consideration, and the steroids, and surely, which I asked you personally last week, new monoclonal antibody treatment, which has proved to improve the survival rate of those who are severely sick and admitted in ICU needing intubation and ventilation. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Honourable Member. I think that, yes, the teams, the experts who are treating these patients, they will obviously consider the different medications that are being used in the international scene and also the anticoagulant medication that I'm aware that this is being used in Mauritius for treatment of COVID-19 positive.
Next question, Dr. Mia.
B254.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as regards the process of recruitment of medical health officers, senior medical health officers in the public sector, I wish to inform the House that the recruitment exercise is conducted by the Public Service Commission, which is the constitutional body vested with the power to recruit and select persons in the public sector. Whenever vacancies occur in my ministry for medical health officers, senior medical health officers, a recommendation is made to the Public Service Commission to conduct the recruitment and selection exercise. The post is then advertised by the Public Service Commission to the general public. A selection exercise is being conducted by the Public Service Commission, which includes a written examination followed by an interview. After the selection exercise, the Public Service Commission submits a list of suitable candidates to my ministry for appointment of medical health officers, senior medical health officers. Mr. Speaker, sir, as regards to the recent recruitment of medical health officers, I'm informed that vacancies for the post of medical health officers, senior medical health officer, were advertised on 27th October 2020. A written examination was carried out on 27 February 2021 by the Public Service Commission, and the interview of the successful candidates would be conducted by the PSC in due course. Given that there are 50 funded vacancies in the budget 2020-2021, 50 medical and health officers, senior medical and health officers will be recruited by the Public Service Commission to fill the vacancies. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that medical and health officers, senior medical and health officers are general practitioners and as such are not recruited for a specific specialty. However, medical and health officers, senior medical and health officers are posted in the various specialty departments at the level of the hospital on a 6-month rotation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Exams are very objective assessment, and interview unlikely are very subjective. Will the Minister, for the purpose of transparency and good governance, see to it that results of the recent recruitment and exercise that has been carried out by the PSC and eventually be submitted to your office, be published with the names and addresses of those who have succeeded in attaining those posts to dispel rumors of favoritism? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as I stated in my reply, the Public Service Commission, which is a constitutional body, and this is the body who has their prerogative of setting up the examination, of doing the selection. The ministry cannot take any commitment of or interfering in the PSC, in the affairs of the PSC.
Next question.
One supplement, Honorable.
No, you have another question. I'm giving you the chance
The
of...
supplement is very important. Please. Can I ask the Minister any reasons as to why further assessment for interview is conducted after such exams by the PSC, keeping in mind that a graduate had already conducted 3 exams before getting a post in the public sector?
Mr. Speaker, sir, this is again the PSC who decides the different modes of examination and interview. The Ministry of Health cannot interfere in the affairs of the PSC.
Put your last question.
B255. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président, la GRA m'a informé qu'elle est actuellement en train de mettre en place une division spécialisée pour les courses hippiques au sein de l'autorité. En attendant la mise en place de cette division, la division existante, nommée Integrity and Compliance Division, et qui compte 8 agents, s'occupe entre autres de toutes les questions liées aux courses hippiques. J'ai par ailleurs été informé que la division Integrity and Compliance était auparavant dirigée par un Head of Integrity and Compliance. Suite à son départ, la division Integrity and Compliance est en cours de restructuration en 2 divisions distinctes, l'une s'occupant des courses hippiques et l'autre de l'intégrité et de la conformité. À cette fin, 2 manifestations d'intérêt ont été lancées le 11 janvier 2021, invitant les candidats locaux et internationaux intéressés respectivement par les postes de Head of Horse Racing Division et de Head of Integrity and Compliance Division à se manifester. Monsieur le Président, le candidat sélectionné pour le poste de Head of the Horse Racing Division aura parmi ses responsabilités de faire des recommandations au conseil d'administration de la GRA sur la mise en place de la division dédiée aux courses hippiques. En ce qui concerne le pourvoi de ces postes, je souhaite informer la Chambre que l'exercice de sélection est en cours et que les nominations devraient être finalisées prochainement. Merci.
Supplementary.
One supplementary. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Can you inform the House as to the number of applicants who has put their request for the expression of interest with regard to the head of the horse racing division?
Monsieur le Président, je remercie l'honorable membre pour sa question. Il y a 3 candidats qui ont été interviewés pour le poste de Head of Horse Racing, un Mauricien et 2 foreigners.
Honorable Tour.
B256.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
You've withdrawn the question already? Both questions? So we come to Honorable Utim.
B258.
No comments.
Mr. Speaker, sir, in accordance with the Consumer Protection Control of Price of Petroleum Product Regulation 2011 as amended, the Petroleum Pricing Committee, PPC, which is an independent committee, recommends the retail prices of mogas and gas oil. The price structure of mogas and gas oil comprises of the following components: excise duty, contribution to the Road Development Authority, contribution to road transportation and storage, contribution to the construction of storage facilities for petroleum products, contribution to subsidy on LPG, flour and rice, contribution to the COVID-19 Solidarity Fund. The revenue derived from each tax and levy in the price structure of mogas and gas oil are collected by the STC and remitted to the relevant authorities. As the regulation stands presently, the retail price of a petroleum product is maintained either when calculated price is less than 4% than the existing retail price or is more than 4%, and funds are available in the PSA, that is Price Stabilization Account, to make good for such increase. Alternatively, the retail price is increased. Mr. Speaker, sir, due to COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, global human mobility experienced significant disruptions, with several countries placing restrictions on air, ground, and sea travel, which have had a heavy impact on the supply chain. Supply and distribution are caused by geopolitical events and severe weather and creates uncertainty about future supply or demand, which can lead to higher volatility in prices. However, crude oil prices is affected not only by supply distributions, but also by reduction in production by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and non-OPEC countries and exchange rate fluctuations. Consequently, further inventory withdrawals to meet rising crude oil demand will keep crude oil prices elevated though at least to the end of April 2021. From October 2020 to March 2021, the evolution of prices of mogas and gas oil on the world market has accused a steady growth, whereby the Platts oil gram reference prices for mogas and gas oil have increased from USD $425 per metric ton in December 2020 to reach $616.75 per metric ton in March 2021, respectively. The retail prices of mogas and gas oil was last revised downwards in June 2019. From June 2019 to December 2020, the PPC met on 6 occasions and have maintained the retail prices of mogas and gas oil at their current level. In April 2021, since the balance of the PSA was 62.2 million in deficit for mogas and 50.5 million positive for gas oil, the PPC had no other choice than to increase the retail price of mogas by 10%, which is the maximum allowable increase under the Consumer Protection Control Price of Petroleum Product Regulation 2011. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has always been the practice for the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development to consider revision in taxes at the time of budget exercise. For example, excise duty on mogas was increased from 10.80 rupees per litre to 14.80 rupees per litre, and that of gas oil from 3.30 rupees per litre to 7.30 rupees per litre in August 2017. Thereafter, in budget 2019-2020, the excise duty was reduced to 12.20 rupees per litre and 4.70 rupees per litre for mogas and gas oil, respectively. As regards to the contributions paid to the different authorities, same has also been revised previously. For instance, the contribution to the Built Mauritius Fund, which existed since January 2014 at the rate of 1 rupee per litre, was increased to 4 rupees per litre in January 2015 and removed from the price structure of Mogas and gas oil in August 2017. Similarly, the contribution to the COVID-19 Solidarity Fund introduced in April 2020 was reduced from 4 rupees per litre to 1 rupee per litre in December 2020 for each of Mogas and gas oil. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this stage, it is not envisaged to reduce the amount of taxes and the levy on Mogas and gas oil. My ministry, the SDC, and the SDC are closely monitoring the worldwide oil prices. Should there be a need to review same, it will be considered at the appropriate time.
Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the price structure published on the 2nd of April 2021, the price of Mogas per litre CIF is 20 rupee 40 and retail is 48 rupees. That's 140% taxes. For gas oil, it is 100% taxes. The Honourable Mill and the Honourable Minister consider reducing the amount of tax, being given that in the list of taxes that he has mentioned, he has deliberately failed to mention that this government has increased contribution for subsidy to LLPG, flour and rice from 3 rupees, from 1 rupee 20 a litre to 4 rupee 20 a litre on gas oil.
I've already replied to this question. The last part of my answer, I stated that it is not envisaged to reduce the amount at the moment because we will have we have to consult the Ministry of Finance and take into consideration other factors before reducing the taxes.
Time over by 5 minutes.
Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
The question is that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it.
Statement by Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that following reports to officers of my ministry and Brigade pour la protection des mineurs on the 9th of April 2021 of alleged ill treatment and assault on minors placed in shelter Arbre d'Avenir number 2, situated in Rosil, the police is requested to carry out an inquiry in the matter. Furthermore, based on the existing child protection protocol of my ministry, the minors in question were relocated to another shelter so as to ensure that the police inquiry be conducted without interference. On the 8th of April, at around 11:30 at night, it was reported by the shelter manager of Arbre d'Avenir number 2, one Mrs. N, that minors EB, 14 years old, and UJ, 16 years old, had absconded from the shelter. Stanley Police Station had been informed accordingly. The next day, at around 1 o'clock in the morning, Albion Police Station called officers of my ministry to inform the mother of minor EB brought both minors to Albion Police Station and that both minors were safe. The on-call team, together with the psychologist of my ministry, attended the case with the help of the shelter manager. Stated that Mrs. A.T., the president of the NGO Croissant Bleu that runs shelters Arbre d'Avenir number 1 and 2, was verbally aggressive towards them. They were scared and had decided to abscond from that shelter to go to minor EB's residence at Albion. Both minors were taken to hospital, Victoria Hospital, for medical assessment, and both minors were examined and were found medically fit and therefore were not admitted to hospital. On the 9th of April, a team comprising of social workers, the psychologists of my ministry, and officers of the Brigade pour la protection des mineurs attended the shelter in question for an inquiry. After interviewing all the minors, 11 of them, including the 2 who had absconded,
reported that they had been physically assaulted by Mrs. A.T. on the 16th of March this year. The minors were seen by the ministry psychologists. Officers of Brigade pour la Protection des Mineurs had recorded statements from 3 minors, while the other 8 minors were not in position to give statements. Consequently, a declaration on behalf of the remaining 8 minors was made at Stanley Police Station. Police Form 58 was issued in favor of all the 11 minors, and they were conveyed to Victoria Hospital for medical examination, and thereafter were relocated to another shelter. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to inform the House that at the time when the minors were being relocated to another shelter, with all sanitary measures being applied, the red zone restrictions had already been lifted. On the 10th of April, the minors were again seen by the psychologists and officers of the Children Rehabilitation Services of my ministry for further support. On the same day, a request was made to the management of Avdavenia No. 2 to debar Mrs. A.T. access to the shelter until completion of inquiry. However, my ministry was informed that despite being prohibited, Mrs. A.T. was still visiting the shelter. Consequently, the ministry had no choice than to relocate the remaining 21 minors to other shelters pending the outcome of the police inquiry. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to reassure the House that my ministry has acted in the best interest of those children, as we always do, the more so that the children placed in shelters come from precarious situations and have been subject to considerable psychological and emotional turmoil. There is a rehabilitation process, be it emotional or psychosocial, that is ensured during their stay in these shelters. This government's and my ministry's actions remain guided by the principle of the best interest of the child, in particular those who are vulnerable. In the light of the outcome of the police inquiry, appropriate actions will be taken accordingly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I move the adjournment of the Assembly to Tuesday, 27th of April at 11:30.
House stands adjourned. Adjournment matter. Honorable Osman Mohamed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm thankful indeed for being granted this opportunity to raise an important public matter. The matter of public concern, Mr. Speaker, sir, pertains to the proposed development project of 12,000 housing units, which now appear, to our astonishment, to be spearheaded by a new company, the New Social Living Development Limited, which throughout my discourse I shall refer to as the new company. As the new company. First, let me mention that I was, in the past, officer in charge of the housing unit at the Ministry of Housing and Lands, board member of the National Housing Development Company, in short NHDC, and I was later on its managing director. It is noteworthy that the NHDC has not renewed the contract of its CEO last week, when there is such an important project at hand. Now, the current government program, 2020-2024, which is titled Inclusiveness at the Heart of the Nation, states that government will facilitate access for everyone to a decent and affordable housing in a sustainable living environment. In his 2021 budget presentation, setting the agenda for the new normal, the Honourable Minister of Finance stated, and I quote, "First, we are providing 12 billion rupees for the construction of 12,000 social housing units across the whole island." End of quotation. Yet, Mr. Speaker, sir, nowhere has it been mentioned in the budget speech or subsequently, as far as I know, that this huge undertaking will be undertaken by a newly created company and not by the NHDC, nor the MHC, Mauritius Housing Company, which are the government executive arms in development of social housing. NHDC being a bank as well, but which has done development as well. Only recently, about 2 to 3 weeks ago,
And very subtly, did this new company start making its appearance throughout vacancy adverts in the newspapers while describing itself as the implementing agency of the government of Mauritius for the construction of 12,000 residential units. I have thus decided to take this matter up to this House, and I was expected to intervene today on this issue. To my surprise, last Friday at the Cabinet meeting, decision paragraph 13 reads as follows, and I quote, "Cabinet took note of progress achieved so far in regard to the projected construction of 12,000 residential units as announced in the Budget Speech 2021. The new Social Living Development Limited has issued a request for proposal for the appointment of project management consultants in construction." End of quotation. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a first. I have checked past Cabinet decisions, and this company was never mentioned in the Cabinet decision until last Friday. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am here intervening with